Welcome to J is for Justice podcast. If live breaking news and following true crime is your thing, then please consider subscribing to my channel. And if you like what you see in my videos, please consider giving them a thumbs up. Hey everyone, happy Monday. I can't believe it's June 15th. It's so good to see you guys. Thanks for joining. And I apologize, I'm going to put this off a little bit. I had some things to do this morning and it set me back. But I'm here now and you guys are here now. And Angie B is celebrating 49 months. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much, Angie B. That is crazy. Ark, thank you so much for 9 months. We just had a YouTube baby together. How nice is that? Hello, Anders. I want to give a special shout out to Frank Zell from the Zell Brothers. He is in the chat. He is one of the brothers that was on my podcast that you guys have all been watching. So if you have any questions for him, I'm sure he'll be reading the chat as we go through. You're 56 today? Well, happy birthday. Let's do a quick birthday celebration.
Go, shorty. It's your birthday.
Happiest of birthdays. I hope you have a great day. Belinda Buckner coming in with 7 months. She says it's going to be awesome today. Well, I hope you guys enjoyed today's watch along. I find it interesting with the new interviews on the interview room as we're following around in their segment. And Frank, I don't know if you've seen the interview room, but they consist of, well, the interview room is Chris McDonough, who is a retired detective, but he is part of a cold case foundation. And they supposedly met John Ramsey at CrimeCon a year ago. And they have said that it took them a year to get, hey, Chloe, hey, Sally, good to see you. Cardinals, you too. But it took them a year to get John on the show to do this series they're doing. And I know we've been walking through them and we've noticed a lot of things kind of being brushed under the rug at this point, like the pageants and things like that. So as we continue to go through this series with the interview room, we're going to look back on previous interviews of John Ramsey. So that's what we're doing today. Penny Farthing coming in hot with 10 months and Marcy for 5. Thank you, you guys. Thank you so much. And anybody else is having a birthday?
Everybody. Happy birthday, baby.
Happy birthday. And thank you so much for your support. It was Nam's birthday. And I don't know who else. June babies, happy birthday to you. Oh, today is Shane Culkin's birthday. He's not here, but happy birthday, Shane. Also, today is June the 15th, and this is the day 5 years ago that Summer Wells went missing. She remains missing to this day. If anybody has any information, 1-800-TBI-FIND for information about Summer Wells, if you have any. Anders says, I wonder if it is the interview with the brothers that wrote a book about pedo rings in Boulder. I think it's much about St. John's Church. They haven't written a book, but they have done podcasts and they have a project going right now. Hey, Lacey, good to see you. Hello, Maureen, not O'Connell. Flannel coming in with 5 months. Thank you so much for your support. Liz is in the house. 26 months for Kels. Play the lotto today, girl. 26 is my lucky number. Hey, Teresa. So the interview we're going to look at first today, you guys, is from KTLA 5. And we're going to watch this. And I also have a backup over here to compare and contrast. We're almost done with our project, and yes, it's a book. Awesome. When do you guys expect to be done? Frida just became a truth seeker. Welcome, Frida. Thank you for your support.
Thank you for your support.
I just learned this about the Wells case recently. I'm unfamiliar with the interview room, but they did a good video. Yes, they have. Yes. The interview room has followed the Summer Wells case. They've been to the house and things. Very good resource for Summer Wells. Maybe 2 weeks. Holy cow. That's fast. Cannot wait. Story time with the Zell brothers. They got a book coming out, y'all. Let me know when it is out and we will promote. 4 months. Time flew by. It does, Sparky. Especially when you're a pilot. Hi, sailor. Good to see you guys. Thank you guys for celebrating your milestones. All right, so let's get into this first interview. Again, this is from December of 2025. And what I've noticed, I've saved a lot of interviews, is that year after year after year after year, he's constantly talking about this DNA that he wants tested. So one thing, well, it's coming up fast is what I meant. I know, 2.5 years. You started the Zell Brothers interview last night. Paul. Hey, Vogue. Good morning. Chloe says, I watched the interview with Summer Wells episode, and that was shady AF. The family did it somehow. But what I've noticed is that John Ramsey is constantly talking about this unknown male DNA. He's been talking about it for years. But a little tidbit, and Frank, I'd like to let you guys know about this. One thing that we've discovered is that Steve Ainsworth, or is his name Ainsworth? I think it's Ainsworth, who was the investigator for the Boulder DA in the Ramsey case, has retired. The guy with the big mustache, he retired, and now he is the law enforcement liaison for Ahbrams Labs in Texas. Chris McDonough is a Lou Smith supporter. You miss James? Where is James? Like, where'd he go? He never came back. I just thought that was interesting, huh?
Dad, will you take me over to the dances?
I didn't come to fucking dance, okay? I came to party.
Your birthday's today, Marcy. Happy birthday. I thought you were joking. Hey, Kelly Mack. Oh, yes. Let's give the birthday song for Marcy.
Go, shorty. It's your birthday.
Happy birthday. You got your special birthday wish. Your emojis haven't worked for weeks. It must be a YouTube glitch. Hey, Trail. Let me see if mine work. I'm on a PC, though. Maybe it's on the phone. I think it is. I think it's a problem on the phone. But anyways, let's get into this latest. I thought that was really interesting that he's now working for Ahbrams Labs, right? And Ahbrams Labs has the technology to test this DNA. And if he's a law enforcement liaison between Ahbrams Labs and law enforcement, why isn't he getting the DNA from the garrote and from the cord around her wrist? Why is it every year John Ramsey is saying, well, we're looking for new avenues to get this DNA tested? It's like, what? Frank says, yes, Ainsworth from the sheriff's office. We didn't go into what problems the BCSO had. So what do you think of that, though? Like that connection? If Ainsworth is the liaison for Othram Labs, that would mean he works with different law enforcement agencies to get cold case DNA to Othram for them to test it to help law enforcement solve these cases, right? Hey, Katie K. I don't know what to make of that. It's just a very weird thing. And then you have John Ramsey at CrimeCon with Othram Labs. And we know that the DA was on the intruder theory, right? The DA was, and we know that Steve Ainsworth believes in the intruder theory. He believes that that's the reason there wasn't a roll of duct tape found in the house. There was a piece of duct tape over JonBenét's mouth. But he says that's why they didn't find the roll of duct tape that the piece came from, was because the intruder brought it. Then they say that the intruder brought the cord, that the cord didn't come from the house, that it was also brought in. So you'd have to think that an intruder would bring duct tape and cord, but then go into Patsy's craft room and get a paintbrush and bust it in order to use it to tie an intricate garrote. The flashlight didn't disappear. It just had no fingerprints on it, I think. Hey, ATS, good morning. Frank says, yep, you would think that's the case. The DNA is a mess. John is in a win-win situation. Remember, it's always been about public relations. Yep. Freaking crazy. Okay, so let's watch this. I'm sure I'll have things to say as we go through it. But this is an interesting one. This is only 5 months ago. 6 months ago. December 17th of 2025. Right.
Welcome, everyone, to KTLA.
Right, exactly, Frank. It's like, oh, okay, I'm going to bring cord, but then when I get there, I'm going to sit there and write a 3-page ransom note, and then I'm going to create the garrote while I'm there. Because I just got all the time in the world to go in and get this little girl, not be seen. Like, this person was very comfortable that they weren't going to be seen. Hey, Jen Fisher. That they weren't going to be seen, that they weren't going to get caught, in my opinion. So, anyways, here we go. This is Mary Beth McDade from KTLA having John Ramsey on. He went on a media tour all at the same time. We've got Ashley Banfield. We have News Nation. This is all 5-6 months ago. We have Nancy Grace. We have East Idaho News talk to him. I mean, there's just been a lot in the last 6 months. So here we go. Yep, comfortable is the word. All right, here we go.
Plus, I'm Mary Beth McDade. It has been nearly 30 years since
that's
little
low.
6-year-old JonBenét Ramsey was found dead the day after Christmas in the basement of her parents' Boulder, Colorado home. Well, her killer or killers still remain on the loose. Joining me now to update us on this investigation is her father, John Ramsey. John, thank you so much for talking to us about this cold case. We're eager to learn where things stand today. So please welcome to the program.
Thanks for having me.
Oh my God, of course. It's wonderful to see you. And, you know, John, if you could just remind us all, who was your...
You know, this is one thing that I caught right away, is that if you watch the interview room, he's got issues up the wazoo. He's in the car. He's got bad internet. His wife's coming in, opening the door, and he's snarling at her like, get the fuck out of here. There was a lot going on. There was a lot going on in the interview room. He could not keep his internet. But here, it's perfect. No issues.
Your little daughter, JonBenét.
JonBenét was my youngest daughter. She was 6 at the time of her death. And she was a daddy's girl. She was named after me. My wife, Patsy, wanted her to have an unusual name. And so she took my first and middle name, JonBenét, and made her name JonBenét. She was very proud of the fact she was named after her dad. And I, of course, was proud of that. She was proud of that. So she was a spark plug. She was very extrovert, like her mother, and liked to sing and dance and put on little plays for us at home. And she was very outgoing and up. She was. We used to, when we walked to the elevator, the kids would always run to see who could push the elevator.
Hold on. So I'm going to slow him down to regular speed. So he's asked about his daughter, JonBenét. Again, he's very vague because we know that Burke told his kindergarten teacher, my dad lives in Atlanta and my mom lives in Boulder. So we know he was absent a lot of the time.
Button first. So we decided, well, okay, let's have JonBenét, you can be the up girl, and Burke, you can be the down person. So depending on which way we're going in the elevator, that would determine who got to push the button.
Wow. What a memory. JonBenét, you get to be the up person, and Burke, you can push the down button. The fuck is this? What is this?
That was a perfect name for JonBenét. She was an up girl.
Wow.
You're the up person. That was a perfect name for JonBenét. She was the up person. Okay.
Determine who got to push the button.
But don't you think, Sparky, that it's weird that his first son with Patsy wouldn't be John Bennett Jr.? Why would you wait for the little girl and be JonBenét? It's weird.
That was a perfect name for JonBenét. She was an up girl.
Wow. You know, if we could just go back, I know it's been many, well, decades, but if we could just go back to that day, December 26th, 1996, can you just bring me through the timeline of that day and, you know, what led to finding
the timeline of the day? Let's do it.
Well, we had scheduled to leave that morning early.
See, this is the problem. When he's asked to tell us the timeline, he fucking starts from the morning they wake up. And in my opinion, we need to start this timeline prior to this. Frank, right?
To meet my older children in Michigan for a second Christmas celebration. And so we got up early, and Patsy found a ransom note on the stairway leading to our kitchen that you have your daughter. And a very shocking moment. And we immediately called the police. They showed up with one person, didn't really know what she was doing, as it turned out. And
see, I don't like how he talks about Linda Arndt either. They sent one person who didn't really know what she was doing, as it turned out. See, I don't like that. She did the best she could with what she was dealt. Frank, have you ever spoken to Linda before she passed away? Remember, people, because Meyer didn't take a liver temperature, the only timeline we have is the Ramseys. And the pineapple, right? Danish girl, thank you for 4 months. I'm afraid we will never know the truth. I'm scared of that too. But John says himself in another interview I found that they're waiting for him to die. I believe he said that at CrimeCon. I think he said that at CrimeCon, that the Boulder police are just waiting for him to die. But he says that he likes the new culture of the Boulder police. She never returned your calls, man. She was really, really drugged through the coals, and I believe they ruined her life. She was probably scared. That's really sad. That makes me sad. And then she had cancer and passed away at, I think, 61.
The note said, we will call you at 10 o'clock. We want $118,000 ransom. It made arrangements to through my bank that morning, which was amazing. I wasn't sure I was going to work, but to put $118,000 cash withdrawal on my credit card, Visa card.
So he got $118,000 advance on his Visa card that morning to pay the ransom. However, he acts confused. Well, I don't know if they were going to call tomorrow or if they meant today, because the ransom note said, we'll call you tomorrow at 10 o'clock. But I don't know what day that was. Well, Linda Arndt says that the 10 o'clock hour came and went. It came and went. And not one person in that house was like, oh my God. Linda was screwed because she never got any backup, right? Linda, I think, did the best with what she had. She had all their friends and family, their lawyer, their priest, hey, Nick, and everybody in that house. Crazy. And she thought she was dealing with a kidnapping. She thought she was dealing with a kidnapping that morning.
And so the note said, we'll call you at 10 o'clock tomorrow. So I don't know if tomorrow was the day we were in or second wait for another 24 hours. So,
okay, so if did they wait another 24 hours if they didn't know what day it was supposed to be? Right, she was getting told these people were in meetings, they couldn't come back her up. Then she saw an ambulance drive by really slow, and she's like, what's going on? Hey, Hex. I don't think, she should have not moved the body, but I think that it began when John found the body and tore the tape off her mouth and then picked her up and all that stuff. Yep, in a meeting. That's crazy.
So 10 o'clock came and went. I thought, oh man, this is going to be incredible torture. I have to wait for another 24 hours. And then the so-called detective that was there that morning said, we'll go through the house, see if you see anything unusual. And
so she asked him to look through the house to see if they saw anything unusual. Hey, Harris.
I went to the basement and I found JonBenét.
If we could just go back to the note for a moment. You know, again, there were just so many tabloid rumors and what have you back in the day about, well, it was $118,000, which they were saying was the bonus that you had gotten at work. There were the questions about the handwriting. There were questions about where it was placed, that it was in that black circular stairwell that only people that were familiar with your house may have known that was usually the stairs that you used between the bedrooms and the kitchen. You know, first, the handwriting. What did that come back? I know they asked both you and your wife, Patsy, for handwriting samples. What was determined?
Well, we had to write that horrible note, full, thoroughly, left-handed, right-handed, and handwriting experts, they rated your comparison on a scale of 1 to 5. 1 is absolutely, this is a match, and 5 is absolutely no, there is no match here. I was a 5, Patsy was a 4.5. And
is that true? Was Patsy really a 4.5? And who did the analysis?
It was ruled out. And the legend in the media migrated to Patsy likely wrote the note, which was absolutely false. The police were told by the true handwriting experts to look elsewhere. They said, with a 3-page exemplar of a ransom note, we can match the handwriting easy. And I were not a match.
On Patsy's
He said Patsy and I were not a match.
notebook in the home?
Well, who knows? I mean, it was pad of paper.
See how he giggles? Like, dude, it was your pad of paper. She's like, what'd she say?
We're not a match.
On Patsy's notebook in the home?
Well, who knows? I mean, it was pad of paper.
Who knows? Who knows? It was a pad of paper.
Patsy's notebook in the home?
Well, who knows? I mean, it was pad paper.
I think it makes a big difference if the person wrote the note before or after they were in your home. Come on.
You know, I
Fingerprints on that notebook?
I don't know about fingerprints. They did find an unidentified palm print. Most importantly, the police retrieved unidentified male DNA from her clothing.
Here we go. That's what he wants to fucking talk about. We're 6 minutes in, and here we are with the unidentified male DNA. This is, oh my God, he's insufferable.
And that information was relayed to the police in early January of '97.
Okay, so just a few days after your daughter's body was found. Can we just jump back? Because I wanted to get into, how that DNA was found. First of all, when you found your daughter, what did she look like? What was she wearing? If you
Wait for it. What did she look like? I think so too, Pinto. Listen, what did your daughter look like when you found her? You ready for this? Harris, I know, right?
She looked asleep, peaceful. I did not.
Peaceful? Ugh, this is the only thing in life I agree with Trisha on. I know. She looked peaceful, he said. She was found with duct tape over her mouth. She had been strangled to death with a garrote that was embedded in her neck. Her lips were blue, and her arms were above her head in rigor mortis. That's what she looked like.
wearing, if you.
She looked asleep, peaceful. I did not see the garrote that was embedded in her neck.
I didn't see the garrote that was embedded in her neck.
Used to strangle her. Did not see the marks on her neck. Did not see. I thought she was resting, asleep, and so
You thought she was resting asleep. Mm-mm.
I was just relieved immensely, and then pretty quickly I realized that she probably was not alive.
For those who don't know what it is.
Well, I didn't know what it was necessarily either, but it was
J.
used
Blige
to strangle my daughter around her neck.
And that came from what I understand, a broken paintbrush handle. That stick was used with the rope.
The way it was made, yeah.
Oh, here we go. We're going to talk about the garrote, the broken paintbrush handle that came from Patsy's little craft tray.
It was this line of board that appeared to come from outside the house. We couldn't find any other line that matched it in-house. So.
Was your daughter sexually assaulted?
Yes, I'm sorry to say, yes, she was.
Oh, yeah, and blondes, too, Emmy entrance. Hey, Tara Cook, good to see you. Horsewoman, good to see you.
I didn't know that at the time, nor did I know it for a good while, but
and
that is in the autopsy report.
But they had found that the sexual assault, she'd been penetrated with a portion of that paintbrush handle, correct?
No, apparently, yes.
Okay.
So I hate to go into detail, but JonBenét was, not only was the garrote, so the paintbrush was busted, right? And they used part of the paintbrush to make a garrote to torture JonBenét. And then the other part, which was not smooth, it was a broken wooden handle, was used to sexually assault her. There was blood in her underwear.
That paintbrush handle, correct?
No, apparently yes.
Okay. And then tell me about the DNA. Where did they find DNA on your daughter's body?
Well, a number of items were sent off to be tested, crime scene items, and they recovered, I am told, this unidentified male DNA in her night clothing, underwear, in a couple places, I believe.
You believe?
And then, but back then, you had to have a pretty big sample to work from to get DNA results. The new district attorney went back and resampled things in 2006. And technology had evolved quite a bit and was able to recover additional DNA that supported the first sampling. And that gave her the confidence to declare that clearly it was an intruder, and she wrote a letter of apology to us and declared us as suspects.
So how does unknown DNA make it an intruder? This is so weird to me. Do you know that she could have had DNA under her nails for up to 5 days?
It cleared your wife, Patsy, and it cleared your son, Burke, who was only 9 years old at the time, right?
Yeah, he was a little boy, and of course the tabloids ran stories of him being the killer, which was just egregious and horrible.
Yeah. I know. What?
He was a 9-year-old.
Yeah, poor kid. What was the whole thing with the pineapple? So there was that theory of the pineapple, right? She had pineapple in her belly, so...
Why is he laughing about the pineapple? What? It was found in her, the very beginning of her intestines, right? It had just left her stomach. He's like, I don't know. Fuck the pineapple. I mean, basically, that's his thoughts.
Thing with the pineapple. So there was that theory of the pineapple.
You know what's old, MLS? You coming in and making comments. That's what's old.
Pineapple, right? She had pineapple in her belly. So when did she eat that pineapple?
Well, there was a fibery substance, and this was reported in the autopsy. I learned this much later. It'd be difficult for me to talk about this if it hadn't been 30 years. I'm able to look at it a little clinically. Pineapple-like substance, a fibery substance, was found in her lower intestine.
Pineapple-like.
And there was a bowl of pineapple on the kitchen table. And they said, well, did you feed JonBenét pineapple? I said, no, she was asleep when we got home, and I took her to bed.
She was sleeping when we got home, and I put her right to bed.
And so they thought I was lying and that we'd done something nefarious and telling the truth.
Why is that funny? Like, that would be traumatic.
Thought I was lying and that we'd done something nefarious. And
where'd the pineapple come from then, dude? Fleet White said he didn't remember there being pineapple served at his party. I mean, what the fuck? Nothing's funny about this. Like, there's just nothing funny. Regardless if the pineapple means anything or not. It's not fucking funny. There's nothing funny about JonBenét. Not one goddamn thing.
I'm telling the truth. That was the truth. And so whether it was pineapple or not, it wasn't defined as pineapple in the autopsy. It was defined on a fibery substance like pineapple. So
theory was that, Burke got upset because JonBenét was eating a snack or something.
No, I found actually in a deposition that Patsy says that they took her up to her room. John carried her up there. He took her coat and shoes off, and then Patsy got her changed for bed. Apparently, she never woke up.
something like that.
It just, the theories were laughable if there wasn't such a tragic event.
Laughable if it wasn't such a tragic event. Tragic event? Dude, your daughter was sexually abused and murdered. John and Fleet, both unreliable narrators. Yep. Hey, Carly with an I. Nothing's fucking laughable. Yeah, what was with the pineapple with milk with Patsy?
The theories were laughable if there wasn't such a tragic event.
Right. I know. To think they went after a 9-year-old boy, they went after you.
Hey,
of course, then you were cleared with DNA. And then I remember something about your wife and that JonBenét may have had a toilet issue that night, and your wife became upset.
Listen, Patsy had just gone through 1 year of chemotherapy treatment.
That has nothing to do with bedwetting making her frustrated. See, this is what I mean. It's all based on emotional shit, like he's shutting her down. Well, Patsy had just gotten through cancer treatment. There's no way she would have lashed out. In another interview, he said he read to her after she was put in bed.
Treatment, treating stage 4 ovarian cancer. She was grateful to be alive and have a new day, another day with her children and her family.
Right.
She was grateful to be alive.
So he just shut her down. She was grateful to be alive. Don't say that about her. She's dead. She loved her kids. Don't even bring that up. Like, it's off limits. I just don't like how he's shutting down any question like that.
Period.
Oh, so sad.
So that was just
another theory.
Absurd theories. The police department didn't know what they were doing, and they were so out of their league. And I've never criticized them for that, but I've criticized them for refusing help from people who knew what they were doing. And then lots of help was offered. Denver offered two homicide detectives immediately to come work for Boulder. So we don't need it.
Right. I remember the old school homicide detective who had solved many homicides was brought on, and he had ruled you guys out immediately and said, no, I believe this is an intruder. And I know he had climbed in and out of the window downstairs in the basement, which is how he believes that this intruder got in.
Now you're going to hear John admit that he's the one that broke the window in the basement because he actually climbed through that window when he got locked out of the house one time. Weird.
Well, that was the theory. Perhaps that was how the house was entered. But yeah, Lou Smith was a legendary detective who was brought in out of retirement, solved over 200 homicides in his career. Looked at the evidence, and he was a real detective. He looked at the evidence.
Oh, he was a real detective. So only the person that goes along with the theory that John wants him to go along with is the real detective. The other people were inept. They didn't know what they were doing. Okay.
Yeah.
And after really reviewing the evidence, he said, well, it's clear to me that there was an intruder. There's plenty of evidence for an intruder. And I don't see any background in this family's history. I need you to think that they could do such a thing. So he became a real advocate for looking elsewhere other than the family. Well, the police were totally focused on the family. They didn't put mind on day one because we didn't act right. We were told that by the VA years later.
Yeah, and the police from Boulder, and correct me if I'm wrong, from my understanding, the ones that respond, none of them are homicide detectives, right?
Oh, it was homicide detective. The fellow that had our case under his control for 25 years was an auto theft investigator.
So she's like, well, okay, so homicide investigators didn't have it? He's like, yeah, they were homicide investigators. We just didn't agree with their theory.
And he was recommended for termination a couple of years ago by the Citizen Review Board for failure.
He was recommended for termination by the Citizen Review Board. He's got everything bad to say about anybody who doesn't follow his narrative.
He was recommended for termination a couple of years ago by the Citizen Review Board for failure to investigate crimes. That had to happen before anything happened in our
So he was not solving crimes on purpose? Is that proven?
case.
Mm-hmm. John, what are some of the major mistakes that the Boulder Police Department made since day one that has really hampered finding your daughter's killer?
Well, refusing help was the biggest mistake, without question. But things like securing the crime scene.
Wait, what help did they refuse?
The chief of police came out and said, well, we didn't secure the crime scene. We thought it was a kidnapping. Sorry, that's a crime. They should have isolated Patsy and I. They should have kept everybody out of the house, including us. They should have done a neighborhood survey, gone door to door. Start from the point at which a crime is committed and work your way out. No, they didn't do that. It's endless, the mistakes. The woman detective who was there that day, who had no experience in
Okay, now he's going to talk about Linda. This is Linda Arndt.
this kind of thing, went on national TV later and said, oh, I knew John was guilty because I saw it in his eyes. And I thought, wow, that's what we were dealing with.
That's what we were dealing with. I would not smile about that. Right. He didn't speak to them until 4 months later. They avoided the police. It's true.
Later and said, oh, I knew John was guilty because I saw it in his eyes. And I thought, wow, that's what we were dealing with. This total lack of experience and common sense.
It's what we were dealing with, a total lack of common sense. Linda Arndt, from what I read, eventually was working trimming trees for $9 an hour, is what I read. I don't know if that's true, but it sounds like they ruined her.
Saying I looked the killer in the eyes and she was referring to you.
Yeah.
Um,
That remarkable talent.
and
She said, I looked in his eyes and I could tell he was the killer. He says, what did he say? She's got remarkable what?
That remarkable talent.
She had remarkable talent. Kathy C. Yep.
And, there were other crimes in the area of sexual nature. Did they ever
Yes.
look at those crimes or the people who committed those as possibly connected
No,
to your
no.
daughters?
No. There were a number of home break-ins leading up in our area, leading up to John Benet's murder in the month or two before. They ended when John Benet was murdered. And then about 9 months later, a little girl who was in John Benet's dance class had a similar intruder in her home at night after she'd gone to bed, and she was assaulted. Fortunately, the mother heard a noise and had a mace, I guess, and ran in, and the intruder departed. And we and the father of the little girl said, this has got to be very hard to, this had to be looked at very hard, because this sounds like the same MO that happened in our case. Killer was in the house when we came home later for us to go to bed. And the police said, well, it's not the same because the second little girl wasn't murdered. You can't make this stuff up.
Remember, one of the theories that so JonBenét, she was well known in being in these beauty pageant, dance recitals and what have you. And one theory was that it may have been, some of these pageant stalkers who were possibly, went after your daughter and maybe this other little girl. Was that looked into?
Well, not by the police. We hired 2 investigators pretty quickly because we would get calls. Well, a friend of mine who was an attorney happened to be with us the next day consoling us, and the police were interviewing us at this home, and they said, well, we need you to come down to the station. And I said, we can't go to the station. And first of all, this house we're staying in, a friend's house, surrounded by media cameras. Patsy was sedated in bed. Said, you come here, we'll talk. And they said, well, no, we need you to come to the station. So my friend, who was an attorney, said, time out. We're not coming to the station. We'll get back to you. Well, he introduced me to my attorneys the next morning. And it's like, well, maybe I need an attorney, I guess. And so that started the stand from the police.
Advice of your friend who's an attorney. I mean, obviously you would listen to him.
Well, I had gotten a call. Well, I wasn't taking phone calls, obviously, but I got a message that I needed to talk to this person who worked for me. And I said, okay, I'll talk to him. So I got on the phone. He said, John, I got this message from inside the system. They said, tell John to get the best defense attorney he can get his hands on because.
Okay, let's unpack this. So he said there was another little girl from her dance that someone broke into the house, assaulted her, but the mother had mace. Do we know that that was true? Do we know if that was true?
They think he killed his daughter.
And then he says, my friend, who's a lawyer, just happened to be there consoling us that morning.
This was the day after. And so I had that in my head. I didn't really tell anybody that. I was like, it was irrelevant at that point to me, whatever they thought didn't matter.
Yeah.
We lost our child. But when my friend introduced me to my attorney, I thought, well, yeah, I probably need one. It sounds like. Mm-hmm. And,
and the private eyes that you hired, you know, what were some of the things that they discovered, and you know, where did they think the evidence was leading them as far as who might be her killer?
Well, we've got the number of leads. People would call us and say, hey, I've tried to call the police. They won't return my call. I have information.
So he says people have contacted him and said, we have information. Oh, that family fled from Boulder to New York. And it's true. Hey, Sarah Crossbody. But it was unsolved. And they fled to New York. Interesting.
Our investigators are calling back, and we even had a lead called into our investigators by the Boulder District Attorney. And he said, I've got this lead, came in, looks pretty interesting. I don't think the police will follow up on it. Would you have your investigators follow up? And so we did. And it circumstantially was a very compelling lead. So we had a number of those like that. Ultimately got down to, was there a DNA match? Not. And in the leads that we had early on, there was not a DNA match. And but certainly compelling circumstantially.
A few other potential suspects. Someone, I think, was it Charlotte, North Carolina, because it was sort of a similar MO of, you know, killing a young girl similar to your daughter. And then, of course, that teacher who was found over in, was it Hong Kong?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, well, that was a fellow that was, there was a professor of journalism at the University of Colorado that did an article on the horrible performance of the media in our case. And this caught the attention of this fellow who was in...
So if he thinks the media was so horrible in their case, why does he continue to talk to them?
I don't know if at the time he was in Bangkok, but over a period of a couple of years of corresponding with this University of Colorado professor, he basically confessed that he was there. And pretty compelling. And we took that to the DA and said, this is real. Here's to us. You need to follow up on it. Well, the challenge was how to find him. And
wait, who found this Mark Carr guy? His investigators? And they took it to the police? Is that what I understood?
They knew they could determine he was in Bangkok, but that's as close as they could get. Well, they, make a long story short, they found him and arrested him, brought him back. He was also wanted in California on a child pornography case, I think. And DNA match, and the California authorities had lost the evidence to prosecute him on that charge. So he was let go. But again,
pageant
really
photographer who was also looked at. And I mean, was it the DNA in all of these, the DNA didn't match? And your thoughts on the original way that this DNA was tested? I know you've had concerns about this over the years.
Well, I asked Lou Smith, this detective that was brought in, I said, do you really believe this is the killer's DNA? And he said, yes, I do. So I accepted that. So Lou used to tell me, he said, I'm going to get this guy, John. I will get him. And he had the credentials to believe he could do it. So he in fact, he told me, he died sadly of cancer, but he told me before he died, he said, John, this case can be solved by DNA. No question. And that's kind of where we are today.
Sure. And aren't his kids also still carrying on the investigation?
Yeah. Well, he was kind of a single man doing this push that this is an intruder and we're going to find him.
Single man, one person. One person. What do you make of this?
The police wouldn't even talk to him. They thought he was an idiot.
Wait, what?
So they thought he was an idiot. Wouldn't even talk to him. They thought he was an idiot. So he was kind of a single-handed
everybody thought he was an idiot? Is that what he said?
Investigator, and compiled a database, a very, very sophisticated, lengthy database of all the leads that came in, what had been done, who provided the lead, had they had handwriting, had they had DNA samples, etc., or not. And he prioritized it based on who he thought ought to be looked at first. And so his family, namely his daughter and two grandchildren who are now adults, basically put together a team of Lou's former homicide investigators to take this database and go through it.
Okay, so he just said that Lou Smith and his family have a database of suspects that Lou put together. Now listen, what he's going to tell you. He's going to tell you they're going through this list one by one and checking DNA. Listen.
To take this database and go through it. And they believe there's a high probability that the name of the killer is in that database. So they've been going through it one by one from start of Lou's prioritized list, getting DNA, having it tested. And
Wait. They're going on Lou's list and getting DNA from who? You mean to tell me the people that are on Lou's list are just willingly giving Lou Smith's granddaughters their DNA to be tested? What? They could, what? The fuck is he talking about?
Database. So they've been going through it one by one from start of Lou's prioritized list, getting DNA, having it tested, and if it's a match, they go to the next one. And they've been doing that for, 5, 6, 7 years.
Whose DNA are they getting? They've been doing this for 5, 6, 7 years?
Wow. That's,
need to do it.
They still want to solve this and carry on their father's legacy.
No,
what was the profile?
I say that's exactly what they said. We want to finish Lou's work. He
Yeah.
wasn't able to finish it.
What type of profile are they looking for in the killer?
Well, we've had several qualified people project that. And it's, to me, the logical, the most believable, now that I really understand all the evidence and all the autopsy information, this was a fairly young 20s to 30 age person, fascinated with movies.
This is the profile he's giving us of the killer. 20 to 30s and fascinated with movies. Huh? Where is he getting this profile from? Did the FBI make a profile of who the killer could be?
Really understand all the evidence and all the autopsy information. This was a fairly young 20s to 30 age person, fascinated with movies, but most importantly was a psychopath, was a sadistic person, and derived sexual pleasure from torturing little girls. And sexual pleasure from torturing little girls. And there was also speculation by qualified profilers that this was done to hurt me personally.
Okay, this is what I can't get down with. Okay, listen.
In some way.
This was to hurt me personally. Listen.
And I think that could be an element as well. You know, we had a fairly large company in Boulder, and I was head of it at the time. So anybody who was angry at the company would probably.
Nice cut right there. Hold on.
Yeah, I always wondered if it was workplace jealousy and that it was maybe, someone who knew you based on the fact that they put your exact or roundabout bonus in that letter.
Okay. First of all, let's put this in perspective. Okay? Workplace jealousy. How many of us have experienced workplace jealousy? Right? In some way, shape, or form, okay? He's saying that someone was jealous at work and could have done this. So you mean to tell me that a man being jealous of another man's success turns them into a violent pedophile? The 9 News. Okay, let me look that up. Workplace jealousy turns man into violent pedophile who makes garrote and assaults the little girl with a broken paintbrush because they're jealous of him at work. No, fuck that. Nope. I'm not buying that shit. 9 News 2016 DNA report.
And the fact that they knew your home, I mean, and where to place that letter, that someone in the family would have found it. They didn't put it on the main staircase.
No, I know it. That always intrigued me as to why did they pick that staircase. That was the one we used. But in really digging into this with some very qualified homicide investigators,
okay, let's read this. This is what Frank brought up. In October 2016, a joint investigation by 9 News and the Boulder Daily Camera titled DNA in Doubt challenged the official exoneration of the Ramsey family. The key findings from the reports included contested exoneration. Forensic experts consulted by 9 News determined that the DNA evidence used by former District Attorney Mary Lacey in 2008 to clear the Ransom family was ambiguous and did not conclusively point to an unknown killer. The experts concluded that the genetic profile designated as unknown male 1, found in JonBenét's clothing and long treated as the killer's DNA, likely contained a mixture of genetic material from at least 2 other individuals. The investigation also revealed that the DNA markers found on the girl's long johns did not exactly match the profile found on the underwear, contrary to Lacey's previous claims. Here is the article. Thank you, Frank. I will share this in the chat, and we will save this as a bookmark. It says, wow. In fact, those experts said the evidence showed that the DNA samples recovered from the Long Johns came from at least two people in addition to JonBenét, something Lacey's office was told, according to documents. But she made no mention in it when clearing the Ramseys. So the other story about the girl from dance was not in her class. It was a 14-year-old who went to the same studio, and it was months after JonBenét's murder. But it was unsolved. The presence of a third person's genetic markers has never been publicly revealed. Additionally, the independent experts raised the possibility that the original DNA sample recovered from JonBenét's underwear, long used to identify or exclude suspects, could be a composite, not that of a single individual. Bing bong, Salty. The documents obtained by the camera and 9 News included results from the actual DNA testing process on the Long Johns and summary reports that were sent to Lacey's office in the months leading up to her July 9th, 2008 letter exonerating the Ramseys. Wow, multiple people. It's certainly possible that an intruder was responsible for the murder, but I don't think that the DNA evidence proves it, said William Thompson, a professor in the Department of Criminology, Law and Society at the University of California, Irvine, and an internationally respected authority on DNA evidence and its applications in the criminal justice system. Similarly, the findings don't implicate or exonerate anyone in the family. Ramsey lawyer Lynn Wood, who has not reviewed the documents or the work of the experts, said, however, quote, I have absolute and total confidence in the integrity of former District Attorney Mary Lacey, and I am also aware of internet comments by former Boulder Police Chief Mark Beckner, where he, within the last several months, affirmed that the Ramsey case was a DNA case. Interesting.
The door on the side of the house kind of went into a mid-level of the basement. That was open, found open that morning. And I didn't know that morning. No, that really wasn't out there, but it was found open by the police. And the theory is that door gave real quick access to JonBenét's bedroom, up the staircase, and obvious easy access to the room in which she was found. And so that supported why the
Hey, Jips.
note was left on the spiral staircase. That was right at hand there.
The closest staircase to her bedroom, and
Right.
your bedroom was on the opposite end of the house, and this was a big house, right? Wasn't it 6,000 square feet or something?
It was a house that had been added on to. It was built in 1927, had lots of doors and windows, and our bedroom was in what was an attic. We converted it into a bedroom, and it had a stairway down to the floor that the kids' bedrooms were in.
So it may not have been that initially we kept hearing about the window, the broken window, which as I recall, you had broken in through there a year before.
Yeah.
Because you had locked yourself out. So it may have been that, but it could have been that
So he locked himself out. He broke through the window and went in that way.
open door.
Well, that's correct. I had told the police that morning, they said, well, first of all, the window was open, shouldn't have been open. It was broken. And I said, that may be from when I broke it last summer.
That might be. That might be from when I broke it last summer. Okay. Okay, dude. What a coinky dink, right? The intruder came in right where he broke it last summer.
It was broken. And I said, that may be from when I broke it last summer. I was locked out of the house. Nobody was home. And that was a way to get in the house. And I told the police that. I said, could have been me that broke the window, but
could have been me that broke the window. Imagine that. Okay.
The window shouldn't have been open. So that was kind of the original thought. But then again, these really seasoned people looking at it, well, back door was open. That could have been an easy in and out.
Interesting. I did not know that.
Yeah.
John, what would you like to see be done today? And by the way, is it CBI, Colorado Bureau of Investigation, and the Boulder Police still looking at this? Is the FBI involved?
Well, the Boulder Police, it took 26, 7 years, something like that. They got rid of the chief of police, who was not good, very poor leadership, and brought in somebody from the outside. Citizen Review Board recommended termination of 5 of their detectives a couple years ago. They dealt with that. So they cleaned house, and that changed the whole dynamic. The groupthink crew that was in there from the beginning made up their mind on day one, and by gosh, we're not going to pay any attention to evidence. And we know the answer because we said we saw it in his eyes. We knew he was guilty. Just crazy. But nothing was going to happen until they brought in new leadership. They did. I've met with them, gosh, 3 or 4 times over the last year and a half. Decent guy, experienced, but he's from the outside of that culture, which was huge.
He's from the outside of that culture, which is huge. What culture?
So we believe there's movement, positive movement. They did send off some crime scene samples for additional testing.
Oh.
What we've asked them.
They sent out, wait, what?
Crime scene samples for movement. They did send off some crime scene samples for additional testing. What we've asked them very clearly and singularly to do is use the latest DNA technology, which is called investigative genetic genealogy, IgG. It was first used by a technology-focused police department of California that identified the Golden State Killer, 40-year-old cold case. And using IgG, they found him and convicted him. And there's been, gosh, maybe 15 or 20 old cold cases that were solved using this IgG.
Okay, so he's talking about IgG. We know that Ahbrams Labs does the IgG. We know that Steve Ainsworth, who was the DA investigator, now works for Ahbrams Labs, and he's talking about all about IgG. But why isn't it being done? And why has he been talking about this for years and years? Right, Salty. It's like, what?
Investigative genetic latest technology, remarkable advancement of DNA, use of DNA to solve crimes. That's what we're asking the police to do. To go to one of the few cutting edge labs that have that technology and can implement it and turn them loose. And let's come up with.
Are they in the process? So it's the Boulder Police that are still leading the investigation, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Are they doing that? Are they taking this DNA and bringing it to a lab and trying to do genetic genealogy to try to, find a family member, and then once they find a family member of the killer, they can then, try to track down the killer from there. Look at their family tree.
Basically build a family tree. Yeah, that's correct. To our knowledge, no, but they don't tell us much, so we don't know.
There you go. They don't tell us much. These guys are great guys, and they're not part of the culture. The guy that's leading it, he's a great guy. He's a great guy. Sounds to me like he wants to know what the fuck they're doing, and they're not telling him. That's the feeling I get. They don't tell us anything. I wonder why. I wonder why. If you were exonerated and truly innocent, wouldn't they share everything with you?
Track down the killer from there.
Basically
Look at their
build
family
they
tree.
basically build a family tree. Yeah, that's correct. To our knowledge, no, but they don't tell us much, so we don't know. We've certainly been very clear on this is what needs to be done. You need to do it. Here's people that can do it. We've told them if money's an issue, we can figure out how to cover the cost. They said, no, that's not an issue. And so we're just hoping they do it. Because I really believe that that'll give us an answer.
So he's telling the Boulder police, this is what you need to do. These are the labs that can do it. And if money's an issue, we'll pay. And they said, no, we don't need your money. But if he's that quick to say, hey, if money's an issue, how many other people has he thrown money to? How many other people has he thrown money to behind the scenes? I don't trust it.
Yeah, and it has in many cold cases,
Carrie.
as you mentioned. You have also said that there were 5 or 7 items that were taken from the crime scene and that they were never tested. Have those items since been tested?
We don't know for sure. We know.
Hear this? She said, you said there's items that have not been been tested yet. Sorry, not connected, tested. And then he says, well, we don't know for sure. Listen.
5 or 7 items.
5 to 7 items
That were taken from the crime scene and that they were never tested. Have those items since been tested?
We don't know for sure. We know that there were a number of items sent to the laboratory in January, 1st of January, 97. Some were returned untested.
Did you hear that? Some were returned untested. How would he know that? He just said we don't know for sure.
And I don't know why. It may have been a cost issue. It may have been they identified, recovered unidentified male DNA. That was sufficient. They didn't need to go further. I don't know. But given the advances in technology, we wanted to be sure that those remaining items were tested, one of which was the garrote.
One of which is the garrote.
Used to strangle JonBenét. But the real important thing is that the DNA sample we got in 97 that was confirmed again in 2006, I think, is in a format called STR. And it's like 20 markers that identify, the person. That isn't compatible with IgG. They need to retest the DNA and put it in a different format called SNP, SNAP. It's referred to, I think, SNP. That has like thousands of markers versus the 20 or so in the earlier sampling. So it needs to be retested to get it in the right format, to then do the investigative genetic task.
He's like a DNA expert.
A big database.
Yep.
And then
Yep.
where do things stand as far as, is there a concern that there's only a very small portion of DNA left? And so you have to be really careful.
That was the concern a year ago when I spoke to the chief of police.
That was the concern a year ago when I spoke to the chief of police.
I learned that from at least one of these cutting edge labs is we can work with picograms.
One of these cutting edge labs said we can work with picograms.
DNA. We don't consume any of it in our testing. And that's significant. So that the argument that we don't want to consume it with additional testing isn't valid anymore.
So he says that the DNA is not going to get wrecked by testing it with the new technology they have now.
Wow, technology has come far.
Yeah.
And I recall there was also a concern because this suspect's saliva, I believe, was found in her underwear, and it was mixed with JonBenét's blood. And back then, they were unable to split that, so it was hard to really just test.
So there was saliva mixed with JonBenét's blood in her underwear. Fucking saliva? Stop. Stop it. Oh my God, I'm going to throw up.
The suspect's DNA. Is that still a problem, or is our technology advanced?
Technology can address that. Absolutely. No, it wasn't back then. No, it couldn't. It was a problem. But they did somehow extract enough markers to qualify to put into the federal DNA database back in '97. So
yeah. So with these advancements in, DNA technology, do you believe that they will one day find your daughter's killer?
I do. I think there's a high probability that we can identify the killer if we employ this investigative genetic genealogy technique. It's been around for maybe 2 years now, but proven to be very effective. The United States has over 250,000 unsolved murders.
So now we're on the amount of unsolved murders. Hey, Jane.
Which is shocking. Colorado has over 1,000 unsolved murders. There shouldn't be any. And probably if we really employed this technique, all those thousands of unsolved murders, we could solve them all, or certainly a good majority of them, I believe. It's that sophisticated.
Yeah, but they're not telling you the police aren't telling you if they're asking for that to be done. So we don't know if this DNA testing is.
We can only hope that they're doing it.
We don't know.
And then what about the district attorney's office? Do you stay in touch with them, and are they still involved in the case?
Well, yes, they are, and they're competent. The good news is that the leadership now in the police department and the DA's office is very competent. The DA's office has always been very competent. They had to fight the police.
The DA's office has always been competent. They had to fight with the police. Now, remember, the case got turned over to the DA's office in 2002.
To actually prevent them from arresting us without any evidence for years. The DA's office was afraid that the police were just so rogue that they'd arrest us someday and expect the DA to prosecute.
Oh my God.
First problem he'd have would be the unidentified male DNA. Who does that belong to? Oh, well, we don't. It's not important.
We don't know. It's not important. Who said that? Who said that it wasn't important? Yeah, you get with the DA and it's politicians and corruption, just like we see in Nancy Guthrie with Sheriff Nanos.
And expect the DA to prosecute. First problem he'd have would be the unidentified male DNA. Who does that belong to? Oh, well, we don't. It's not important. One experienced prosecutor said, I have never, ever seen a police department try to explain away unidentified male DNA in a sexual assault case. It's unheard of, yet that's what they tried to do. It was mind made up. Don't confuse us with facts. Early on, even before any evidence came in.
Right, and I can't believe that you said one of the items they didn't test was the groat, which was being used.
Yeah.
Back to the garrote. She's motioning how this was being used. Look at him.
The rope around her neck to asphyxiate her. Why wouldn't, that's the murder weapon.
Yeah, I know would seem like the first thing you test. And we don't know that they haven't.
Bing bong right there. He's not being told. We don't know that they haven't. You'd think that'd be the first thing they tested.
Bing bong.
Listen.
Asphyxiate her. Why wouldn't, that's the murder weapon.
Yeah, I know would seem like the first thing you test. And we don't know that they haven't tested it now, because they have sent other items in for testing. haven't really told us the results yet. I think they will at some point. We're going to ask for another meeting in January.
So he was going to ask for another meeting, and that was this past January. I wonder if he got one.
With the chief and staff. At some point, we're going to ask for another meeting in January with the chief and staff.
In a few weeks to get an update on the case?
It's only a few weeks away. January seems like it should be forever, but no, we're going to ask for a meeting in the next, sometime in January. And,
oh, good. Oh, I hope they have some good news for you.
Yeah, well, I really believe the case can be solved with the latest technology.
Well, and you keep speaking out, which keeps it in the headlines. I feel like it's letting this police department know that you're not going away until this case is solved.
Exactly. I'm not looking for a career of the media. I want to keep pressure on the police for exactly that reason. We're not going away. We're not going to be quiet.
I thought you liked the new culture. Why would you need to stay on their ass? Because they're not giving you any information? Is that why?
And I told him, I said, look, if you employ IGG, you come up empty-handed, I'll say, thank you. You've done everything that can be done today. Thank you. Thank you.
And I
I
know this has cost you so much money. At one point, you guys were bankrupt after all the attorneys and the private investigators, and you had spent all your money.
Pretty close. I had a fellow from the FBI, a very seasoned FBI guy, say most victims of violent crime end up broke, regardless of where they started from, for lots of reasons. You make bad decisions. You're under stress. You sell the house. You move to Florida. You do stuff that just you shouldn't do. And I wrote a book to try to help people think, share what I went through. And I said, if you don't get anything else out of this book, when you suffer a traumatic experience, put your life in park. Give your checkbook and your car keys to a trusted friend and do whatever they say.
Yeah, to help,
very bad.
You can't think clearly.
No, you can't. It's impossible. You think you can, but you are not able to make good logical decisions for a good long time. So don't make any.
I know your wife Patsy died several years ago of cancer, and she was laid to rest next to JonBenét down in Atlanta, right?
Yes, correct.
Because you guys are from there. You only moved to Boulder for what, about 2 years for a job?
Well, I had to move, and the plan was to stay 2 years and then go back to Atlanta. We had a little company in Atlanta. We merged with a company in Boulder. Basically took two small companies that were profitable, turned into one unprofitable company, larger. Unprofitable. So I commuted for a year back and forth to Denver from Atlanta. And Burke, I think it was, told the school teacher, well, my dad lives in Denver and my mom lives in Atlanta. And we thought, man, that's not the picture we want to have. So he said, let's move to Boulder. We'll spend 2 years, get this thing fixed if we can, and go back to Atlanta. That was the plan.
And now, are you in Michigan, where I believe your other children are with your first wife?
Wait for it.
No, my kids have all scattered everywhere. They're in Montana. Yeah, I know they moved all over. We are living in Utah now.
Ski Utah.
For a job 10 years ago, believe it or not. And yeah, I know they moved all over. We are living in Utah now. I came out here for a job 10 years ago, believe it or not, and never thought I'd stay more than a year, and ended up in for 10 years. But I'm now technically retired from that job, and so we're trying to figure out the rest of our life.
And you're married again, right?
Yes. Yeah, I met my wife Jan, 5 years, I guess, after I lost Patsy, and she was real. First of all, she's very supportive and what we're dealing with, and kind of got immersed into it. and been a very wonderful stepmother to my children and to Bert. She loves Bert very much and treats him like he was her son. So I appreciate that.
No one cares about that. No, I don't care either, Spamster. I feel you.
Yeah, I bet it means a lot to have such a good support system from her. And speaking of work, where is Bert? Did he ever get married? Did he ever have children? What is he doing?
Well, Burke is he's a software engineer. He can work remote, so he's living in Michigan. He loves it up there. He can snowboard in the winter and sail in the summer. We'd love for him to meet the right person, but at the moment he's still single.
Gotcha. Oh gosh. Well, John, I so appreciate all your time and bringing us, down this long road. Wow, 3 decades you've been dealing with this and still determined to find your daughter JonBenét's killer.
Well, I think we need to, for my family's sake, need to get this chapter closed and cleared up. It's been too long. Yeah, it's been too long.
Well, hopefully in January you will get the news you've been waiting for.
Well, we'll keep our fingers crossed.
John, thanks again, and I so look forward to speaking with you again.
Yeah, she is. She's like 13 years younger than him or some shit like that.
Hopefully you'll have a good update for us coming up in January.
Be happy to share it. Thank you for your interest.
Thank you so much, and happy holidays to you.
Thank you. Same to you.
December 17th. This is a week before the anniversary of JonBenét's death. I thought that was an interesting one. Let's see what we can watch next. Oh, let's watch this one. This is from CrimeCon. Hold on, let me adjust the volume so you don't get your earbuds blown out. Let's go back down. That was really low. I had a hard time hearing that. I'm glad you guys could hear it good, though. But this is from CrimeCon. This says, JonBenét Ramsey case, why Boulder police refused John Ramsey's $1 million offer. What?
I am very uncomfortable sitting here.
He offered them $1 million? What the fuck? Okay, here we go, guys. This is CrimeCon. They put this up 7 months ago. So this is John, attorney Hal Haddon, and journalist Paula Woodward. This is CrimeCon Denver 2025.
Hal, it's almost 30 years. Looking back on this, absorbing these 29 plus years, what are your thoughts?
My thoughts can be summarized very briefly. Decent, innocent victims of a horrible crime have been slandered and mistreated by law enforcement for 29 years. Another year shouldn't have to go by where we try to pass legislation to move the physical evidence to a capable analyst like Othram or even the CBI.
Oh, he said Othram. He said he wants to give it to a capable analyst like Othram or even the CBI.
Where we try to pass legislation to move the physical evidence to a capable analyst like Othram or even the CBI. And another year or 2 or 5 shouldn't have to go by in the legislative process before a prosecutor who is really objective is appointed to pursue this case. That needs to happen now.
Do you think it will? Do you think this case will be solved?
I think it can be solved, but I'm no predictor. If, for example, genealogical testing and matching isn't pursued, I think it's highly unlikely. Genealogical testing has solved numerous cold murder cases in California and around the country. For whatever reasons,
Me too, Higgins.
the Boulder authorities won't do it. It is expensive, but I think people need to know that at my last meeting with John and the Boulder police chief and the Boulder DA, John offered to raise $1 million to fund genealogical testing. And they said collectively, oh no, Mr. Ramsey, we couldn't take your money. Which in turn means we don't want to do it.
What? What? Well, it means they don't want to do it because they won't take his fucking $1 million? Huh? Yeah, the Missy Woods CBI. Oh my God.
Which in turn means we don't want to do it.
Is it that they don't want to solve the case, in your opinion, or are they just incompetent, Hal?
Why is that funny? This is Hal Haddon, attorney. What's funny about this?
There's a leading question.
I think the new investigative team that's just been installed in the last year are competent. I don't think that they've been given the resources necessary to do what's needed, which is why John offered to help them. And for whatever reasons, they, in these budgetarily difficult times, declined.
John?
They don't want his money.
Who do you think killed your daughter? What type of person?
Well, I've read, of course, we've had John Douglas, the fellow that developed the whole profiling program within the FBI, voice his opinion. His opinion was, and it hurt to hear this, that it was someone who was very angry at me or very jealous of me. And they wanted her.
Yeah, angry and jealous at you makes someone turn into a fucking pedophile who's going to sexually assault your daughter. Who assaulted her in the past that she had scarring? This wasn't a one-time deal. Someone very angry or jealous of me. No one's jealous of you, dude.
To hear this, that it was someone who was very angry at me or very jealous of me. And they wanted to hurt you, like killing your daughter.
They didn't just kill her. Okay, let's put that into perspective. This wasn't just a murder. See, and that's the thing that pisses me off. It wasn't just a murder. It was a brutal S.A. Brutal. This 6-year-old little girl was brutalized. It wasn't just a murder. Oh, they wanted to get back at me, so they killed my daughter. Is that what you tell yourself? I don't believe it.
Jealous of me. And they wanted to hurt you, like killing your daughter. And I thought, I can't imagine I've made anybody that angry. And you may not even know him. So that's his theory. Lou Smith's theory, who's this legendary detective, said, I think it was a kidnapping gone wrong. And I always thought those two conflicted. And then somebody pointed out, well, no, that doesn't conflict. It was a kidnapping to hurt your daughter and hurt you that went wrong. And I thought, okay, they don't conflict. That was very reassuring. But I read
Hang on, I just want to make something very clear. Pissed off men don't essay unless they're pedophiles, okay? Like, a guy's not going to get pissed off and be jealous of another guy and turn into a pedophile. That's not what happened. Unless this person was already sadistic pedophile. Mm-hmm. Right, Cindy Lou?
Retired FBI profiler. And they just examined the ransom note. Didn't look at anything else. Said, who wrote this note? Just by reading this long 3-page note, who wrote the note? And they said it was most likely a male. It was a very sadistic person. He would have exhibited sadistic characteristics in his life. People would have observed that. This guy's a weirdo. Yeah. You just see.
The guy's a weirdo. Dude, he brutally essayed your little 6-year-old baby. He's a weirdo. He's a weirdo. Dude, the guy's more than a weirdo. And did you know that when they were asked if he wanted the death penalty for whoever did this, he said no, because there's too many people that are innocently on death row. The fuck?
That, and he was a psychopath. And I don't know anybody like that. that I know of.
You don't think you do?
I don't think I do.
Wait, what do you say? I don't know anybody. Hold on.
And I don't know anybody like that.
I don't know anybody like that.
That I know of.
That I know of. Ha ha ha. Patsy wrote the goddamn note, says Higgins.
I don't know anybody like that I know of.
You don't think you do?
I don't think I do. This is absolute, pure evil, demonic evil, no question. And I certainly knowingly didn't have anybody working in our company or that I knew that even approached that kind of demonic evil.
Do you feel this case can be solved as long as the genetic DNA is tested by a competent lab?
100%. I believe there's and I've said 70% chance we can get an answer. We may not, but the odds are very high that we can. This new technology that's been employed finding these old killers from old cold cases is dramatic improvement over the last testing that was done on our case, which was 8 or 10 years ago. You know, when it was first tested and they got this sample where they had unidentified male DNA in January 1997, I think you had to have a sample the size of a dime or a quarter. It took a lot of material to extract a DNA sample. Today, I'm told by these cutting-edge labs, they can work with as little as a picogram, however big that is, not very big, of information off of a crime scene piece of evidence. So to not do that is tragic. To do it, I think we got a pretty good chance of getting an answer.
We've engaged with the media.
Okay, so here is another one from the very same CrimeCon. And this is from Cotton Star, which we met him at CrimeCon. John Ramsey, live interview from CrimeCon at the Gaylord. He was waiting to do another interview, and this guy talked to him. So let's hear what he had to say here.
Almost from the beginning to try to keep pressure on the police to do the right thing. And that's been difficult, been a marathon. We're not there yet. But it's mainly my main mission for years has been just keep pressure on the police. I'm not going away. Get this case solved. And of course, we've been advocating almost from the beginning that they bring in resources that have been offered to help from the outside, and they've always refused. Starting in really the first few days, Denver offered to put 2 experienced homicide detectives at Boulder's disposal, and they said, we don't need them. And that was the first of many refusals of qualified help. Boulder did not even have a homicide department. And the detective working on our case was in charge of auto thefts investigations. So they just didn't have the experience. And I've never criticized them for that, but I have criticized them strongly for turning down help on the government. Governments are reactive. They don't do anything proactively. They react. 3 people are killed at this intersection. Maybe we better put up a stoplight or a stop sign. They react, and they react to public pressure. And so in our case, the media is a real asset to keep that pressure on. Like, this isn't going to go away. We heard reliably that one of the members of the police department, I don't know who, told a journalist, we're just waiting for John Ramsey to die. And the implication is then the pressure will be off. It's just
Wait, what? That's where he said they're waiting for him to die.
The police department, I don't know who.
Wait, hold on.
Wasn't going to go away.
We heard
reliably that one of the members of the police department, I don't know who, told a journalist, we're just waiting for John Ramsey to die. And the implication is then the pressure will be off. It's just
what pressure will be off? What?
Disgusted.
You're disgusted from that, but you're not disgusted that what was done to your daughter?
Then the pressure will be off. It's just disgusted. It's not out of character at all. Yeah, it's sad. Also, I'm not going to die. I'm going to be around for a good while, and John Andrew will take over for me when I'm not. He's very passionate about
John Andrew's going to take over for him, he said. Thanks,
getting
Sage.
this resolved. Do more DNA testing. We have a DNA sample that was recovered in 1997, confirmed in 2006. And that's when the DA finally wrote us a letter, apologized for how he'd been treated, and cleared us as suspects. But that was 10 years ago, almost. So the DNA technology has advanced even further. And we had a letter to the governor with that petition attached, advocating more resources be brought in on our case, and then the DNA testing and genealogy. We had 30,000 people signed that petition, and we sent along with my letter to the governor, who pretty much, as far as I know, ignored it. He never responded. So we published the letter with the 30,000 signature number, and then he responded. But that was 30 days later. Regional FBI guy in Colorado, that at that time, he said the government does not have the latest technology. This testing needs to be done by an outside lab that does have the latest technology, the cutting edge technology. Government will get it eventually, but they don't have it yet. They got to get a budget, and they got to go out for bids, and it's the government. Something happens fast. So he said, we don't have it. There was testing done in early January.
He's going on and on about this DNA. So Evelyn, they took a lie detector with independent, they did their own. So they found the person who, quote unquote, invented the lie detector because that's where they wanted to do it. Right, horsewoman, exactly.
Of 1997, the report said that, we have unidentified male DNA recovered, does not match John, does not match Patsy, does not match Burke, where it's the only other people in the house. So that, they said we were excluded as possible matches. And that was kept quiet, secret by the police, because it was a problem, because they wanted to arrest us and prosecute based on probable cause.
Look at him snuffing off probable cause, based on probable cause. They wanted to arrest us.
That was kept quiet, secret by the police, because it was a problem, because they wanted to arrest us and prosecute based on probable cause. So they tried for a long time to explain it away. In fact, one of the authorities suggested that they go to the underwear factory in China, where JonBenét's underwear was manufactured, see if they could get a DNA match there of a white male worker. But they were that desperate to try to explain it away, because that was a huge roadblock to their objective, which was to charge one of the parents. We know there were a number of samples sent out for testing, number of crime scene items. A number, 5 or 6 or 7, were returned untested, never sampled. I'm not sure why they returned, whether because they already got a good sample or what. But we want those, if those have never been tested, and that's one of the things I asked in the governor's letter. As far as we know, these items have never been tested. They were taken from the crime scene as possible evidence. We want them tested, and we want them tested by an outside lab for DNA sampling. To my knowledge, that's never happened. Now, my worry is that they've lost that evidence. Even though we have a DNA sample that is in CODIS, the federal database, I'm told that you have to get a fresh sample to do the familial genealogy research. It's up to the chief of police in Boulder. He owns the case. Mary Lacey.
He just said he doesn't know if that's true, Patrice. He's like, we've heard some things aren't tested, but we don't really know.
This second DA that was in office took the case away from the police. Now it was positioned as well. We want fresh eyes to look at it, but I think she took it away from them because they were incompetent. And she brought Lou Smith back in, the legendary.
Oh my God, the legendary. Frank says there are 6 unique and unidentified genetic profiles, 5 male, 1 female. No shit.
And she,
listen,
as well, we want fresh eyes to look at it, but I think she took it away from them because they were incompetent. And she brought Lou Smith back in.
So she took it from the cops, and now lawyers were investigating her case and brought their own investigators in.
Legendary detective.
Which was Steve Ainsworth was one of them, and he now works for Othram.
Was retired. Put him to work on it. He put together a case file. There'd never been a case file put together by the police. He put that together.
What? There was never a case file put together? That's lies. That is utter lies, and I'm going to show you. We have some of the case file right here. There is a case file with Bullard. What is he talking about? Right here, we have part of Linda's report. Hang on, it's loading. Unbelievable. There's never been a case file made on her case. What? That doesn't even make sense. Here we go. Here's a report from Linda Art for first-degree murder. Her report, January 8th. This wasn't put into a case file? Come on. What is he talking about? There was never a case put together.
Together case file. There'd never been a case file put together by the police. He put that together. Had an extensive database of leads and people that need to be looked at. And
so you're the only one that has a list of leads. Okay.
Initially, he just got frustrated with the political agenda. He said
the political agenda. Oh, with a DA's office, you don't say.
He wrote a letter saying, I'm resigning and I'm not going to be part of prosecuting innocent people because the police were still desperate to arrest us. And Lou continued to work on it until he died on his own. And he used to tell me, I'm going to catch this guy, John. I will catch him. And his track record would support that. He had solved over 200 homicides, many of them cold cases. And on his deathbed, he said, don't forget this name, John. I visited him in hospice just days before he died. He said, don't forget this name. So there was one person he was very interested in.
Who's the name? Who is it? Who is it? Don't forget this name, John. Who is it?
Forget this name, John. I visited him in hospice just days before he died. He said, don't forget this name. So there was one person he was very interested in. That
was put in there on purpose. Whoa. That's Cotton Star putting that in at the end. There's one person he's very interested in.
Person he was very interested in.
That guy did that. Okay, here we go. We're on to the next one. 4 years ago, this is also at Crimecon. And the tongue's already moving. We already got the tongue action. Okay. But I want to play a little clip from the interview room really quick. Let me pull this up really fast over here on the right. Listen.
And about when did JonBenét get involved with the dancing? Was it dancing and beauty contests, or both, or what was happening with that? About how long was it?
And I don't remember the sequence, but she was in a dance class, little dance class that was extracurricular, and she'd gotten interested. She was a very extroverted person. She was always up and in terms of emotionally and just active, very extroverted. And Patsy had been in the Miss America pageant in 1997, I think, and JonBenét was kind of enamored with that, and few months, and she never ever mentioned that. And her friends told me, you know, Patsy was in the Miss America pageant, got a top 10 award. I said, I didn't know that. She never said that. So it was not a big deal for Patsy. It was just something she did. It was a neat experience, and she got a scholarship to college. But JonBenét was fascinated with it, and I don't know whose idea it was first, but they said, okay, well, you know, and Patsy had come down with ovarian cancer, stage 4 ovarian cancer, when JonBenét was...
So you can see he was asked about the pageants, and he led into the cancer again. Oh, yeah, you know. She did that. She was extroverted. Patsy was in the Miss America pageant, but it was no big deal. She didn't really care about it. Okay, sure.
Hey, everybody, Nate.
Okay, so this is JonBenét Ramsey's father wants child murder to be a federal offense and is asking for DNA testing.
Eaton here at CrimeCon. I'm backstage with John Ramsey, the father of JonBenét Ramsey. John, I remember as a child hearing about this case. Your daughter was on the cover of People magazine. It was everywhere. How many years has it been since her death?
It's been 25. Yeah.
Does it feel like 25?
No.
Meaning it's gone faster, shorter?
No, it's still a real event. And you think, gosh, that was 25 years ago, which it's hard to imagine that much time's gone by. But it's still part of our lives. It's still real. And we miss her terribly. But no, it's hard to believe. But at my age, sometimes you look back and you think 1980, that was just yesterday. No, that was a long time ago.
Yeah. And so JonBenét was born in 1980?
No, she was born in 1990.
1990, okay. And we're here at CrimeCon in Las Vegas, and you are here because you want this case solved.
Yes. One of the problems we have in this country, I believe, is that we have 18,000 police jurisdictions. Each one's an independent agency. And in most cases, if a crime happens in that jurisdiction, it's their responsibility, and they have the full authority over that case. People cannot come in and help unless they're invited. And that's the problem we had in Boulder. They had never investigated a homicide. They never, and I understand that. It's a small town. They don't have homicides, thankfully. But they refused to help people that offered it, that did know what they were doing, had lots of experience, and that's a tragedy. And somehow we got to fix that. I would love to see the murder of a child in this country be a federal offense, so that we could bring the full might of our resources to bear on that kind of a tragedy. And we can if the local jurisdiction asks for help. But if they don't ask for it or invite people in, they can't come in.
Now, in the beginning, didn't they kind of point the finger at you for a time?
Yeah, that almost immediately.
Which is common in cases where it's the family members or those closest.
We understood that as one of the detectives said, well, you were in the house. It's like, yeah, that's where we were supposed to be. Mm-hmm. It was a shocking moment, but we understood. And we said, don't find, you can go through everything of ours, but don't stop there, please.
So what do you think happened to your daughter?
Well, I think someone came in the house when we were gone. We'd gone out for dinner to some friends with the kids. They were in the house, is my suspicion, when we got home, and they waited until we went to bed and were asleep. A very similar event happened about 9 months later around the corner from us. Fortunately, the parents heard a noise, found this intruder in their child's bedroom, and he escaped. And they knew he had been in the house when they got home, because when they got home, it's a very similar situation, they set the burglar alarm. So he was in the house when they got home.
You think it was the same guy?
Don't know. A very similar
circumstance. The police discounted as well because the second event, the child wasn't murdered. You know, come on.
Yeah. Do you think the case
So it's always just a murder. It's always just a murder to him.
will be solved?
Someday.
In your lifetime?
I don't know about my lifetime. I really don't. It's getting shorter, that horizon. But,
I thought you weren't going to die.
you know, we've been told by the really experienced people that worked on this case,
Thank you, Mary J. Blige. The word hence is widely used by the Ramseys, and it was used in the ransom note. They are dumb people, in my opinion. Thank you so much, Mary J. Blige. Yeah, I would like to know, Frank, if you guys looked into Fox Island at all. I can't remember.
DNA case. DNA will solve it eventually, if it's utilized properly. And that's one of the reasons we're here, is to advocate that the police test items from the crime scene that were never tested for DNA. And why they don't, I don't know. But we got to bring public pressure on them to do that.
And you see all the time now, DNA is solving cases 20, 30, 40 years old.
It's amazing, this whole familial DNA tracking, which is not easy, I'm sure, but it's yielded some amazing results. And what's really interesting to me is that the killer was not on anybody's radar, like the Golden State Killer.
Sure.
Former cop, never was on anybody's radar as a suspect.
Yeah.
And yet, boom, there he is. And that's in all of these cold cases, that's what's happened.
It is. It is.
So you got to use that capability, and if you're not willing to do it, that's tragic.
I hope you're back at CrimeCon next year talking about how it's been solved.
I would.
And we'll do a follow-up interview.
I would love that.
And or maybe the year after. Thank you, John Ramsey.
Thank you,
nice
Nate.
chatting.
Hey, Faye. Okay, so that was CrimeCon 4 years ago in Vegas. So now the next one is from News Nation. Hopefully we can get through a lot of these because these are interesting. This is also 4 years ago. And this says the father of JonBenét Ramsey is asking for new DNA testing. 4 years ago, Dan Abrams.
The murder of 6-year-old JonBenét Ramsey has remained a mystery for over 25 years. And it's a story that I covered for many months from Boulder, Colorado, right after it happened. JonBenét was found dead in her family's home the day after Christmas 1996. There's now a new, renewed push to bring the case to a close coming.
This is 4 years ago, okay?
From JonBenét's father, John Ramsey, who will join us in a moment. He announced that he's petitioning Colorado's Governor Jared Polis to allow an outside agency to test DNA connected to the decades-old case. Now, JonBenét was found strangled to death in the basement of her family home on December 26, 1996. JonBenét, who had competed in beauty pageants, had been reported missing hours earlier after her parents found a bizarre and clearly phony an autopsy charges to test DNA evidence tied to the case to help solve Colder investigation. For Denver, which law enforcement worked with private labs.
Look at this. Private labs like Othram. Look, they did a change.org. He just talked about it, where they turned in this change.org to the governor. Private labs like Othram use best-in-class technology to work directly with law enforcement and state crime labs to support the processing of samples. In fact, earlier this year, police in Denver, less than 30 miles away, used genetic genealogy and familial DNA to solve 4 homicides from the early 1980s. So it's interesting, right, that they are specifically asking the governor to turn this shit over to Othram, in my opinion. Private labs like Othram. And what's interesting is there's tons of private labs, right? So if we go, and we're going to take a little palate cleanser. Murder Has a Name, the Gonsalves' new foundation. Okay? Let's check out their website. Let's go to their partnerships. Now, mind you, Othram is the one that got the, DNA for Brian Kohberger. So if we look at their, oh my God, why is it? Okay, here we go. Partnerships. Forensic Technology Partners. We have DNA Labs International. Argen Forensics. Bode Technology. Signature Science. Sorensen Forensics, GEDmatch, Rivers Dahlia. I don't know what that is. But these are the labs that they are partnered with for their foundation for Kaylee. Not Othram. Interesting, huh? But here we have him with a change.org petition. Private labs like Othram. Let's do it. Let's do it. Come on, Steve. Steve works there. We can get this done.
Labs to help solve cold cases, including 4 Denver homicides from the early 1980s that were solved earlier this year. The Boulder Police Department responded to the petition saying that they have conducted a thorough investigation, that they have followed up on more than 21,000 tips and interviewed more than 1,000 people related to the case since it began. They also say that the case has been under constant review by federal, state, and local agencies, and that local police have consulted with DNA experts from around the country. Former Denver District Attorney Mitch Morrissey assisted the Boulder County DA's office in the late 90s on the case, and he says that the petition is, quote, ridiculous.
Giving it to somebody that has no idea about the facts, where the DNA was found, what type of DNA that you have, I think is ridiculous. To assume that the Boulder Police Department is not looking at the most current, the most cutting edge DNA methods to be used in this case, I think that's ridiculous too.
But Colorado Governor Jared Polis seems to be open to the Ramseys' request. Earlier this week, his office released a statement saying, quote, the state will review the petition and look into how the state can assist in using new technology to further the cold case and to identify JonBenét Ramsey's killer. Joining us now is John Ramsey. John, good to see you again. It has been a long time since I have seen you. Thank you for coming on the show. Appreciate it. So what do you think an outside agency could do regarding the DNA that the Boulder authorities can't or won't do?
Well, we know there's at least 4 or 5 items that were originally taken from the crime scene and submitted to Bodie Labs, which is an independent agency, 25 years ago. And for some reason, they were not tested. I think the Boulder police pulled them back. Don't know why. Those items are items that the killer probably came in contact with, and they need to be tested. However, they need to be tested by the latest cutting edge technology. We were told by the FBI just recently that they don't even have the latest technology, that you have to go.
Wait, what? Wait. So he's talking to the FBI? I know, perfect internet.
By the FBI just recently that they don't even have the latest technology, that you.
That was 4 years ago. He's saying the FBI told them they don't have the latest technology 4 years ago. The FBI is talking to him?
Have to go to an outside lab that really specializes in the latest DNA technology. The last DNA that was tested in our case was about 12 years ago, I think, when Mary Lacey, the new DA, took the case over and had some other items tested. That's 12 years ago. And technology has advanced so far. The government does not have the latest technology. I've been told that by the government. So it only makes sense to go to where, DNA technology is evolved rapidly. And
let me ask you.
We got to go. Yes.
Let me ask you, John, because the Boulder police chief addressed that. He responded and he said, quote, our investigation with federal, state, and local partners has never stopped. That includes new ways to use DNA technology. We've always used state-of-the-art technology as it has been at the forefront of this investigation. Every time the DNA technology changed, we worked to make sure the evidence could be tested. Now, I understand why you wouldn't trust the Boulder Police Department back in the day, right? I get that. But is it still at the point where you just don't trust the Boulder police?
Yes, that's still the case.
Wow.
We don't think they have the resources, the talent, or the time, or the interest to really.
They don't, the interest, they don't, he's saying they don't care. He's saying they don't care to solve this case.
aggressively pursue this case. Lou Smith, who was the detective brought in by the DA, legendary retired detective in
Well, he says today, 5 or 6 months ago, that he likes the new culture.
Colorado. Used to tell me, John, I'm going to get this guy. I'm going to get this guy. He worked on it the rest of his life. He sadly died about 12 years ago to cancer. And I went to visit him in hospice. And he said, John, if this case stays in the hands of the Boulder police, it probably will never be solved.
I thought he said, keep an eye on this one person and gave you a name.
And that was the first time I ever heard Lou say it probably won't be solved.
What? You just said you visited him hospice, and he said, keep an eye on this one person. This can be solved with DNA. He just said it.
Stays in the hands of the Boulder police, it probably will never be solved. And that was the first time I ever heard Lou say it probably won't be solved. So they've had 25 years to mess around with this, have not achieved anything. I know they're not using the latest technology. We were told, frankly, by one of their detectives, we asked, why aren't you testing this evidence that we know is at the crime scene? He said, well, we don't want, in effect, he said, we don't want more evidence that would conflict with our theory.
All right.
Well, bullshit. They didn't say that. They did not say that to you. And Dan Abrams is like, you're full of shit. Listen.
No, is it at the crime scene? He said, well, we don't want, in effect, he said, we don't want more evidence that would conflict with our theory.
All right. Well, if that's the case, that's obviously very disturbing.
Oh my God. Who believes that? Who believes that?
We know is it at the crime scene. He said, well, we don't want, in effect, he said, we don't want more evidence that would conflict with our theory.
All right. Well, if that's the case, that's obviously very disturbing. I want to ask you about your former lawyer, Lynn Wood. He was a great defender and advocate for you for many years.
Lynn Wood.
He's now become a sort of leading voice on the fringe right. Are you still in touch with him?
No, I haven't talked to Lynn in probably a year or so. He was certainly was an advocate, very passionate advocate, and but I haven't talked to him since he got into politics.
Oh my God, that's Lou Smith, or not Lou Smith. I'm sorry, Lynn Wood, right here. I haven't talked to him since he got into politics. Was he ever out of politics? You know, I can't help but think about how, and we're going over this tomorrow. I have a live scheduled for tomorrow. They're trying to ban Kanye West from Florida. And it reminded me of when the 2 Live Crew was banned in Florida. But nonetheless, I found an interview with Luke Campbell of the 2 Live Crew, who visited Donald Trump's Florida home back in the day and left because he was like, I'm not about to be extorted because of the things that were happening. But anyways, Luke Campbell said that there was pageant women at Trump's parties. The party he went to specifically was pageant women. Patsy was a pageant woman. John met her at a fucking party. He says, I wasn't there to meet her, but she was such a well put together, mature woman. I don't know. Weird.
Got into politics is a soft way of saying it. Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to get into that, Mermaid, and thanks for bringing that up.
So, all right, John Ramsey, thank you very much for taking the time to come on the program. I appreciate it.
Well, thank you, Dan, for having us on.
Thank you for watching.
So there are a lot of fibers. There was black fibers and red fibers found on JonBenét, on her privates. They were given, the Boulder police were given 2 black shirts that were John's. And John was confronted with the fact that these fibers matched his shirt and were all over his daughter's privates. Anyways, here's one from Facebook. This is an odd one I found. Okay, this is kind of long. This is 35 minutes long, but this is JonBenét's father discusses untested DNA evidence and flawed police investigation. Here we go. This is from 2024.
Language. It therefore lines around the world that day. That
hold on. 2024.
Left on their staircase. The letter said they had taken JonBenet and wanted money for her return. The family and police quickly searched the house, but there was no sign of her until hours later when her father checked the basement again and he found her little body wrapped up and concealed. Although years later, prosecutors cleared John and Patsy Ramsey, the stigma of the suspicion lingered.
I don't know how to get that off there. Okay.
Patsy Ramsey died of cancer years ago, and now John Ramsey is 80 years old, and he wants his daughter's murder solved before he dies. John Ramsey invited me to his home in Utah. No questions were off limits, but he for sure had an agenda. He says there are crucial pieces of evidence, including a murder weapon, that have never been tested for DNA. And despite his pleas to Boulder police to have the evidence tested using new technology that could identify the killer, the Boulder police have not. So John Ramsey has started a petition, and he is hoping that all of you will help him by making a lot of noise and demanding that the evidence be tested. Here is my extended interview with John Ramsey. John, it's lovely to finally meet you after all these years.
Oh, thank you.
And thank you for inviting us into your home.
Well, it's my pleasure.
How are you doing?
Well, good. Good. Yeah, we're doing good.
Good. Okay.
Yeah.
We don't want to relive that day, that horrible day.
Yeah.
But John,
thank you, Faye.
In the almost 30 years that have passed.
Oh, and just as a reminder, thank you for the jewels, Faye. And as a reminder, the Cooter chat is pinned. So sound off with your Cooter chats.
You in the investigation into JonBenét's murder.
I don't know where we are, quite honestly. We started early on when we realized the Boulder police were not capable. And I've never criticized them for that. I've criticized them for refusing help from people who were capable. Denver police offered 2 homicide detectives immediately to come work for Boulder full time because they knew they didn't have a homicide department. They refused it, and they refused help for years. And that's been the most frustrating thing. So we don't know, frankly, if we're very much further ahead than we were 30 years ago.
In the court of public opinion, John and Patsy Ramsey and Big Brother Burke.
So he has no idea what they're doing. And that says a lot to me that he doesn't know. It sounds to me more like he wants to know. God, I don't know what happened to my screen. Hold on. It sounds like he wants to know what's going on, but he doesn't it?
Were quickly convicted. After all, John had found the child's body in the basement of their Boulder, Colorado home 7 hours after she was reported missing. You can hear the terror in JonBenét's mother's voice as she calls 911 after finding the ransom note.
We were kidnapped. Hurry, please. Explain to me what's going on, okay? There's a note left and our daughter's gone. A note was left and your daughter is gone? How old is your daughter? 6 years old. She's gone.
The 911 call was analyzed and dissected and pulled apart by Boulder police, who said they never believed JonBenet had been kidnapped. And ultimately, they were right. JonBenet hadn't been kidnapped. She had been murdered, and her body was in the basement of the Ramsey home. Police thought the kidnapping was a hoax to cover up the murder, and the parents were suspected. So from the very beginning, the police suspected you and your wife, Patsy, of killing JonBenet.
I was advised, I got a call like the next day, and I wasn't taking calls. The family we were staying with then said, hey, this is a fellow that works with you. He said it's urgent, he talks to you. So I got on the phone, and he said, I got a call from inside the system. Don't know who that was. He said, get this message to John. Tell him to get the best defense attorney he can get his hands on because the police think he killed his daughter, and they're out to get him.
So what? Who gave him this warning?
And I was like, unbelievable. And but I didn't do anything about it. I was just shocked, and I was not really capable of doing much.
John, do you believe that the police department were so focused on you and your wife as the suspects that they weren't out there looking for the killers?
Absolutely, I believe that. We would get calls from people with information, our attorneys, and they'd say, look, it's very typically, I try to call the police, I've got information, I think it's going to be useful, they won't call me back. I want to give this information to somebody. So I'm calling you as the Ramsey attorneys. I could get John, but it was very clear that they were 100% focused on us. In fact, the so-called detective that came that morning had never done this before. And
again, talking about Linda Arndt, the so-called detective. She was a detective, John. I'm so sick of him disrespecting her. She was their fall guy, you guys. Linda Arndt. I wonder if Linda Arndt has children that would be willing to talk about their mom. Because this is effed up, man.
I read her report, and it was quite bizarre. She went on national television and said, well, I know it's the father because I saw it.
Her report was quite bizarre. Guess what? I got her report. We can read that, too. Why was it bizarre? What was bizarre about it?
His eyes. So, well, that's a very valuable talent you have there. You got to be working for the FBI if you can do that.
Oh, wow. Now we're a smartass. Now we're a smartass. Oh, you should be working for the FBI, you so-called detective.
Morning. Had never done this before. And I read her report, and it was quite bizarre. She went on national television and said, well, I know it's the father because I saw it in his eyes. So, well, that's a very valuable talent you have there. You got to be working for the FBI if you can do that. But she made observations in her report that would cause you to think, well, he isn't acting right. What she didn't know was 2 years before my oldest daughter was killed in a car accident, I got a call. Beth is gone. I was devastated, but I couldn't do anything about it. I couldn't get her to the best doctors. I couldn't go to her bedside. It was over. It was done. I could get JonBenét back if I kept my wits about me. There was a pile of letters that had come through the door, the slot in the door on the floor. I started going through the letters, see if there's any other communication from the kidnapper.
Because at this point, you believe that JonBenét has been kidnapped.
Yeah,
you don't know that she's dead.
No. And so I think, is there another letter here, note or something from the kidnapper? I was going through the mail. She said, in her report, said John was acting suspicious. He was going through the mail casually. She should have been doing that.
JonBenét's mouth had been duct taped, and there were ligatures around her wrists and her neck. The medical examiner ruled JonBenét was killed by strangulation in combination with a skull fracture. The murder weapon was unique, a garrote made of nylon cord and a paintbrush, and that was used to strangle her. She was also sexually assaulted. In April of 1997, a year after burying their daughter, the Boulder District Attorney announced Patsy and John Ramsey were the focus of the investigation. Forensic DNA was in its infancy then compared to the technology available now, but John says some evidence was never tested at all.
So it's believed that there are at least 7 items which...
You hear this? It's the same story. He's telling her now 7 items that weren't tested, but we heard him say at CrimeCon with Cotton Star, I don't really know if those were tested or not.
are considered critical evidence that have never been tested.
To our knowledge, that's correct. These items were sent originally in January 1997 to the lab for testing, were returned untested.
Okay, and one of those items, which is critical, is the garrote used to strangle JonBenét.
Yeah.
It is very hard to look at this and not believe that it is covered with evidence.
You know, DNA, I've learned a lot about DNA, and it's complicated, but it's also very difficult not to leave it behind.
Exactly.
And so, yeah, it's got to be there.
But if this was, if this is one of the weapons that was used to kill JonBenét, how do you not test it for DNA? This is the part I don't get.
Well, I don't know why they didn't test it in the beginning, and to my knowledge, it still hasn't been tested. If they're testing it and just not telling me, that's great, but I have no reason to believe that.
Okay. Another piece of evidence which you understand not to have been tested, the suitcase that was under the windowsill in the basement.
Well, yeah, when the so-called detective that was there that morning, the only person that was there,
Oh my God, he did it again. The so-called detective
said, go through the house and see if you find anything unusual, out of place. Well, that was bingo, big time out of place. That suitcase should not have been under the window with the window open.
Right. It is believed that whoever climbed in or out stood on the suitcase and then crawled through the window.
Yeah. And the window is broken. And I told the I'll call her detective, I said, look, I broke that window last summer. It may not have ever been fixed. I don't know. So maybe It was broken by me, but that suitcase doesn't belong there, and the window should not have been wide open.
Is it true that JonBenét's nightgown was in the suitcase?
Apparently. With
Why would it be in the suitcase?
no reason at all.
Is this even your suitcase? Do you know what this is?
Yeah, it's been so long ago, I don't know if that was our suitcase or not. It didn't, all I saw was that should not have been there.
Right. It looks completely out of place.
Exactly.
Okay, so...
And I told the police officer that morning, I said, look, the window's open, it shouldn't have been open. It was broken. I may have broken it a year ago, and it never got fixed, I don't know. But it sure shouldn't have, that suitcase should not have been there, and the window should not have been open.
How could the ransom note not have been tested for DNA? That in itself should be a crime, at least a moral crime.
Well, there's lots of moral crimes in this case. I've said there's two tragedies. One for us is the loss of our child, which is the overwhelming one. But the second is the way the police handled the case.
There was another item. I'm just going to list the 7. The garrote handle, the ransom note, the suitcase under the window, the unknown flashlight that was left on the kitchen counter, the rope found in John Andrews' bedroom, the black duct tape, and then the Dr. Seuss book, which was in the suitcase.
To piggyback on that, Muir Maiden, the Boulder police actually requested Beth Ramsey's autopsy report. So they looked at her autopsy report, and it is under seal.
Not tested.
As far as I know, never tested. That stuff was all sent to the lab in January 1997 and returned untested.
As an investigative reporter, I wish everything could be tested.
Yeah.
But if you can't test everything, there are some things that have to be tested, like the murder weapon has got to be tested.
Yeah.
Like, there's no way around that.
Right. No, it makes no sense. Well, nothing made sense in the way this case was handled.
So, John, we were talking about the flashlight.
Yeah.
So this isn't your flashlight.
What I told the police was, I have a flashlight like that, but it's not dirty. It's not covered with dust and crud. And so I said, I don't...
What? That's not my flashlight?
That's not my flashlight. I have one that's very like it, but not mine. And what was it doing in the kitchen counter? Our neighbor said they saw a flashlight late at night in the kitchen going around.
They did? The neighbors saw a flashlight in the kitchen? Oh my God, I remember when she said that. She said, I counted the bullets that I had because I didn't know if we'd all be alive when people showed up. The neighbors, I never heard that.
There are pieces of evidence which haven't been tested in almost 3 decades, and technology has changed so significantly.
Yep.
So I would hope that the long sleeve shirt that JonBenet had, that would be retested.
Yeah, what we would like is that not only the stuff that had been tested 15 years ago be retested and resampled, but all the stuff that has never been tested, as far as we know, needs to be tested for the first time. Or sampled, rather.
Because according to this evidence list, they should still have the ligatures from JonBenet's neck and wrists, and that should hold some DNA evidence. It could potentially.
Sure. It's very difficult, I've learned from studying it, to not leave DNA behind.
The DNA technology at the time identified the DNA of an unknown male under the child's fingernails and on her underpants. That massive clue officially cleared the Ramseys, but it didn't answer who that DNA belonged to because the science wasn't there yet. But today, it's possible that DNA could identify that person with these modern advances.
With so many theories out there, do you have a theory about what happened to JonBenet?
Well, I relied on 2 experts. One was John Douglas, who was probably the premier crime profiler in our country. He said, this is someone who was angry at you, John, or very jealous of you. It had nothing to do with JonBenet. And I said,
shut the fuck up. Stop it. This is not anger at John and has nothing to do with JonBenet. Why? What the hell, man? Hey, Cal. She was SA'd brutally. What? This had nothing to do with her. This is all about me. What?
man, I never made anybody, I don't think, angry at me. In fact, John Douglas said, you may not even know this person, but they're either extremely angry at you for some reason or they're jealous of you.
They're angry and jealous, so they're going to sexually abuse your daughter with a garrote and then choke her to death with it because they're so mad at you. You're so successful. You're so great. It's got to be. It's got to be because they hate you.
For some reason. And they've hurt JonBenét or hurt you. Lou Smith, who's solved over 200 homicides, said this was what it was. It was a kidnapping gone wrong. Pure and simple.
Pure and simple. A kidnapping gone wrong. If it was a kidnapping gone wrong, they would have fucking tried to get her out of the house. Huh? What?
In his judgment. And the two, I always thought the two were conflicting, but they're really not. As somebody explained to me, so those aren't mutually exclusive theories. And I was like, yeah, you're right, they're not. So I think it was somebody that wanted to hurt me or a family. Obviously a very evil, pure evil creature.
I noticed he calls this person a creature a lot too. A lot. If this was a planned kidnapping, they would have got her the fuck out of the house and left that note, and she wouldn't have been seen. She wouldn't have been found. They want to hurt a family.
That would do this to a child. Just, in fact, I asked our attorney, I said, could someone have hired somebody to do this? He said, no, you can't hire anybody to murder a child. The world's not that bad.
What?
It was somebody that wanted to hurt me or a family. Obviously a very evil, pure evil creature that would do this to a child. Just, in fact, I asked our attorney, I said, could someone have hired somebody to do this? He said, no, you can't hire anybody to murder a child. The world's not that bad. And the other thing they told me, they said,
he asked his attorneys if someone could have been hired to do this.
look, if this person's caught, the prosecutor will come to you and say, do you want us to go after the death penalty or life imprisonment? They say it won't matter. This person will not survive 2 weeks in prison because what he did was so below the lowest human being morals.
Damn. This person wouldn't survive 2 weeks in prison.
That the other prisoners will kill him. There was a similar case situation 9 months later in our neighborhood.
Here we go. Here we go.
A parent had come home, gone to bed, set the alarm, and heard a noise in their daughter's bedroom, went in, found a man in her bedroom, and he fled. And at the time...
Is Frank still here? Frank, if you're still here, I have a question. My question is there any truth to your knowledge that Daphne White was reported missing like a year before JonBenét was killed, and that she was found like hiding in a cabinet? Does has anyone ever heard that about Daphne White?
And I thought, man, that is so similar to what I think happened in our case. I think the creature was in our house when we came home. We didn't...
The creature was in our house when we came home.
Have an alarm, or we didn't set it. This family set the alarm, so the person had to be in the house when the alarm was set.
He's still there. Okay, thank you.
You've
heard that?
And I thought, that ought to be looked at seriously as the same guy. Well, the police blew it off. Said, nah, it's not the same.
So in the other...
The police blew it off? Found a man in her bedroom. He fled. What did he say? The alarm was set, but the person went around it? Yes, oh my God, that is true. Frank, do you know if she was unclothed when she was found hiding? I want to know why she was hiding. I want to know what Daphne was hiding from. Her parents called 911. That's how hard little Daphne was hiding. Daphne would have been 5. When does a 5-year-old not want to come out from hiding to the point where the police have to be called to find her? That's concerning to me. I know kids can be little shits, but usually when they say they're calling the police, a little kid would come out. Why didn't Daphne come out? Because I read somewhere that she was not clothed when she was found hiding in the cabinet. And that is Daphne White, the daughter of Fleet White Jr., who was with John when he found JonBenét's body. And the same man that was playing beads on the floor upstairs at the White's house with Daphne and JonBenet. Can we all get down that that's fucking concerning? Oh my God. Whew. My God. It was October of 96. Oh my God. There have been rumors about her state of dress or undress, and we'll leave it at that. Yes, John and Fleet had a big falling out. They sure did. Leo, you got to watch my interview with Frank with the Zell brothers.
And at the time, I thought, man, that is so similar to what I think happened in our case. I think the creature was in our house when we came home. We didn't have an alarm, or we did set it. This family set the alarm.
Yeah, which brings us into more of the Zell brothers' research with Krebs. What's her name? Nancy Krebs. Nancy Krebs went to the police and reported that she was sexually abused by Fleet White Sr. and Fleet White Jr. in California. Look, the family set the alarm, so the person had to have been in the house, he says. Yep. Nancy Krebs. Yes, I can get the link and put it in the thing. You guys can save it to your watch laters. I highly, highly recommend that you watch it because they're coming out with a book shortly. I'm getting that link right now. I mean, this has me on edge, like my stomach's on edge because all of this is so concerning. Has Daphne White have you ever tried to speak? There it is, Leo. There it is, Leo, if you want to copy and paste it. Has Daphne White ever been spoken to? Yes, Nancy Krebs. Boulder was pedo central, says Bloom. Yeah, it is a lot. It is a lot. Okay, let's keep going.
So the person had to be in the house when the alarm was set because he didn't trigger it. And I thought, that ought to be looked at seriously as the same guy. Well, the police blew it off. I said, nah, it's not the same.
So in the other
I don't think the police would blow that out. That's weird.
attack that was thwarted, did the police gather any type of forensic evidence?
I'm told that they took the sheets off the bed and destroyed them. Now that's...
What? Hold on.
Weird. And I thought, that ought to be looked at seriously as the same guy. Well, the police blew it off. I said, nah, it's not the same.
So in the other attack that was thwarted, did the police gather any type of forensic evidence?
I'm told that they took the sheets off the bed and destroyed them. Now that's not...
They took the beds off the sheets of the other little girl that was assaulted and destroyed them? Come on, why is he saying this? Why would they do? They didn't do that. Tell me lies, tell me sweet little lies. But it's not 100% verifiable. Then why are you saying that? Why are you saying that about a little girl that was assaulted. Who are these people? Does he know the little girl's parents? Because if I was her parents, I'd be like, who the fuck are you? And what are you talking about? Who is the little girl that was assaulted? That it's unsolved. Because I'd be telling him to shut the fuck up. Oh my God. There's another little kid at play here.
100% verifiable, but or I didn't verify it, but the father of that child.
What? I didn't verify it. The father of that child, what?
Or I didn't verify it, but the father of that child. In fact, these two, John Benet and this little girl, in the same dance class in
Oh my God.
Boulder, so they knew each other, and it was, a few blocks away from our home. And I was like, this has got to. If this isn't the same guy,
He's got a brother.
He's got a brother, exactly.
Oh my God.
The same detectives investigated their case, blew it off. The father was irate. In fact, he was interviewed by the paper, and he said, on a scale of 1 to 10, I would rate the police capabilities as a -5.
Despite the fact that this is an...
Wait, what was the name of this father who said this? What?
Old and cold case. There's a considerable amount of physical evidence still in custody.
We hope so. We hope they haven't lost it. We've been...
Lost it? Why would they lose it? I'll drop it again. It's right here. What?
Advocating, we know that there was a number of items sent to Benet Labs, which is a DNA lab, early.
Benet.
In the investigation. Several were, this was like in early January.
That's the first I've heard. He named the lab. In early January, so he's talking about 97, they were sent to Benet Labs. The poems, I know.
Several were tested, and the report back to the police was John, Patsy, and Burke are excluded. There is unidentified male DNA that we've sampled. That was a report that came back in the middle of January. They said which items had been tested, but we knew that only a few of the items they sent to the lab were tested. There were still 6 or 8 pieces that were taken from the crime scene they felt had potential DNA evidence on them. Were not tested. And we don't know why. Was it a cost issue? Did they think, well, they already had a DNA result, so why test this other stuff?
No, that's not what they think. They don't think, oh, we tested this stuff, so we're just going to not test this other stuff.
It was expensive in the 90s to test for DNA. Don't know, but they weren't tested. So we've advocated for strongly that those items be tested.
All the items be tested.
All the items.
Because you have two situations here. You have the original evidence that was tested using old technology.
In 1997.
And then you have other evidence that has never been tested.
Correct.
That's a lot. The universe, the potential universe of finding the killer's DNA is sizable, I think.
I think it is. And the police, we've gone through 5 police chiefs in Boulder. I've met with each new one at my request and advocated this. We would like untested items be tested and then use the familial DNA research capability, which has had marvelous results in old cases, to find the killer. We're not asking you to clear us or apologize or be nice to us again. Just do the things that you should do that can be done. If you do that and we don't get an answer, we tried. We did everything we could do. That's all.
The fuck? That's fine. The other one, he said, thank you for trying.
We're asking. What the police say, as recently as a few months ago, well, we don't think the DNA technology is advanced enough to do that.
That's what they said? Prove it. They said, we don't think it's advanced enough. Maybe that's just what they're telling you.
We don't want to destroy the DNA. That's nonsense.
I agree. It is
absolute nonsense. My worry is that they've lost the evidence. or misplaced it, and they don't have it anymore. Therefore, they can't test it. I hope I'm wrong.
That would be really horrible if that's true.
Yeah, and I hope it's wrong. But
That would be devastating if that were true.
it would be.
So is it possible that some of the evidence could
I caught that too, Mary. Be nice to us again. We don't want you to be nice to us again.
be being tested right now?
Possible. We don't know. They won't tell us anything.
Because if you were truly clever, you would.
There you go. They won't tell us anything. I think that's what the whole problem is. They aren't talking to his ass and telling him what's going on.
Therefore, they can't test it. I hope I'm wrong.
That would be really horrible if that's true.
Yeah, and I hope it's wrong. But
That would be devastating if that were true.
it would be.
So is it possible that some of the evidence could be being tested right now?
Possible. We don't know. They won't tell us anything.
Because if you were truly clever, you wouldn't say a word, and you would be testing everything right now without anyone knowing.
And I hope that's what they're doing. And I understand why, and they're doing the right thing. Lou Smith, who was...
Oh, my God. Here we go with the legendary Lou Smith name drop. It's you see a pattern here.
This legendary detective that was retired, brought in out of retirement to work on our case. He wouldn't talk to the media. He said, that's not my job. My job is to find the killer. And he said, I'm the only person that can stand in JonBenet's shoes.
Huh? He's the only person that can stand in JonBenet's shoes?
And that's how he looked at his job. And he was an amazing man.
Okay, that's a little weird.
Solved over 200 homicides, many of them cold cases during a career.
What I don't understand about this cold case unit, doesn't the cold case unit have the authority to say this evidence needs to get tested this way?
Well, that was their recommendation, I'm told. I have not seen their report.
He doesn't know anything. What?
They don't have the authority to make it happen. That case is still under the control of the Boulder Police Department.
And you want to get it out of there?
That's been our goal for 30 years.
The FBI's been on this case.
Or at least accept help that's been offered
What help does he want them to accept?
over the years from people that knew what they were doing.
I've heard you.
What? Accept help from people who know what they're doing? What, like you're paid investigators? I don't get it. Oh my God. Difficult research. That's deep. That's deep. It's a lot to think about, but yikes.
You asked many times to have the evidence turned over to the FBI.
Well, we would like that to happen at a minimum. If you're not going to turn over authority of the case, at least turn the evidence over to the FBI. Let them play with it, do what they can do. But don't just keep it locked in a file drawer. If it's there, hopefully it's there. And then we think the FBI would do something. I don't know what, but at least it's a competent agency.
Oh, now he's saying the FBI is competent. Didn't he tell us in the last interview that the FBI didn't have the that the FBI told him that they didn't have the technology to do it?
And they've expressed some interest in this case.
John, I sense in talking with you that you're still defending against those who believe that you may have killed your daughter.
Yeah. Well, you know, we have we've done a lot of media now once we were allowed to do it. But the main reason we were doing it was not to prove our innocence or convince people that we were not child killers, but was keep pressure on the police. And so our whole objective is to get the case into competent hands.
Hold on.
And so our whole objective...
I want to hear that again.
John, I sense in talking with you that you're still defending against those who believe that you may have killed your daughter.
Yeah. Well, you know, we have we've done a lot of media now once we were allowed to do it. But the main reason we were doing it was not to prove our innocence or convince people that we were not child killers, but was keep pressure on the police.
I think he just told us why he's been in the media all these years. I think he just told us.
And so our whole objective is to get the case into competent hands. And we've been trying to do that for 29 years.
John, how do you think people still perceive you and your family?
I think it's a mix. I mean, we've been overwhelmed by people that have apologized to us for what's been done to us and what's been said about us. And we're grateful for that. It's really uplifting. And I'm sure there's a cadre of people that still think we're horrible, child murdering people. They're always going to be there. There's still people that believe that the moon landing was fake and that Elvis is alive in Boca Raton. They're always going to be there.
What did he just do? Elvis? What? The moon landing and Elvis?
Live in Boca Raton. They're always going to be there. So, and it's not a big deal. My goal right now had really become to get an answer as to who did this for the sake of my family, for my children, their children. This is a cloud that still hangs over our family, and it's not fair. It's not right, but it's there.
Thank you so much, Indelible Bloom, for gifting a membership to Eve.
And that it's not going to change my life. In fact, it's going to be very difficult to go through a trial for me emotionally. I know that, but obviously I want to. But we need to close this chapter for my family, my future family's sake, for their future, because it's not fair for them to have to live under that cloud.
Do you think that through the lens of time, that when we look at what happened to you and your family, that you were treated in a way that really no family gets treated like that anymore?
Well, I think there were two reasons that sadly, the U.S. has a pretty high child murder homicide rate compared to other industrialized countries. Ours became basically international news, for which I'm grateful that the world cares about my child. There's lots of parents that don't have that.
A lot of murder cases don't get the attention that this case has gotten.
And so I'm grateful that the world cares about JonBenét. I really am. And that is heartwarming. And it helps our cause because the government's reactive. They don't do things proactively. They react to pressure. And
Wait, didn't he say this in another interview we watched today? I swear he did.
we want to keep as intense a pressure we can on the police, primarily, because they still are the authority in this case, to do the right thing. If they don't succumb to pressure and do the right thing, it won't be solved.
Why do you think so many people have been fascinated with this case?
Don't know for sure. I really don't.
Do you think that part of it was seeing JonBenét in her little pageant outfit?
Well,
oh, she said it. She said it.
That made good TV for sure.
And it made good TV. Okay.
It was just a small part of JonBenét's life. Patsy and her did it for fun. Patsy was in the Miss America pageant. She said, I knew I would never win. I couldn't sing. But
wow. Patsy wanted to win. Oh my God, what the fuck?
It was a fun experience, and I got a scholarship. And JonBenét was Miss Extrovert, just like her mother. Like, ta-da, I'm here, let's get on with it. And she caught wind of that history of her mother, and Patsy I dated Patsy for 2 years and never even knew that.
2 years? Wait, what did you say in the interview room? Hold on. Hold the phone. Oh my God. Oh my God. How long? 2 years and before you knew? Okay, hold on. Let's listen.
And I don't remember the sequence, but she was in a dance class, little dance class. It was extracurricular, and she'd gotten interested. She was a very extroverted person. She was always up and in terms of emotionally and just active, very extroverted. And Patsy had been in the Miss America pageant in 1997, I think, and JonBenét was kind of enamored with that, and by the way, Patsy never told me that. We dated for 6 or 8 months, and
there it is. There it is. Hold on. 6 or 8 months. We're going to go back. He didn't know, huh?
just a small part of JonBenét's life. Patsy and her did it for fun. Patsy was in the Miss America pageant. She said, I knew I would never win. I couldn't sing, but it was a fun experience. And I got a scholarship. And JonBenet was Miss Extrovert. It's like her mother. Like, ta-da, I'm here. Let's get on with it. And she caught wind of that history of her mother. And Patsy never, I dated Patsy for 2 years and never even knew that.
Okay, dude.
And by the way, Patsy never told me that. We dated for 6 or 8 months, and she never ever mentioned that. And her friends told me.
Her friends told me? What?
Patsy went to the Miss America pageant and got a top 10 award. I didn't know that. She never said that. So it was not a big deal for Patsy. It was just something she did. It was a neat.
It wasn't a big deal as Chris pulls up the picture of it being a very big deal. This is a very big deal. Okay? Very big deal. Very.
Experience, and she got a scholarship to college. But JonBenet was fascinated with it, and I don't know whose idea it was first, but they said, okay, well, and Patsy had come down with ovarian cancer stage.
Yep, there we go. The cancer, and then he deflects. Oh my God, I cannot with this guy. Stop it.
And I got a scholarship. And JonBenet was Miss Extrovert. It's like her mother. Like, ta-da, I'm here. Let's get on with it. And she caught wind of that history of her mother. And Patsy never, I dated Patsy for 2 years and never even knew that. It wasn't a big deal to her. Just part of what she did, when she was younger. But JonBenet wanted to do that. It'd be fun. And so Patsy had just recovered from stage 4 ovarian cancer. She was in remission.
Oh my God, there we go. This is fucking 4 years ago. He just said the same thing here. Oh my gosh.
I don't know whose idea it was first, but they said, okay, well, and Patsy had come down with ovarian cancer, stage 4 ovarian cancer, when JonBenet was 4, I think.
This is 6 days ago. 6 days ago.
And Patsy went through a year of very intense chemotherapy. It's an experimental program at National Institute of Health that we got her involved with because a friend of mine who was a doctor recommended it strongly. So he got us into this experimental program to stage.
He goes on and on about her treatment. We're talking about the pageants. Why Wonder, thank you for your super chat. Love the way you break down cases like this, Jay. You're helping educate the masses out here. I just love you. Thank you so much, Why Wonder, and I love your picture. I love it. You're beautiful. Thank you. Oh, my God. Okay, let's go back to real time. Or not real time, but 4 years ago, okay?
I'm quite certain she knew her life may not go on for another 50 years. And so she wanted to pack as much mother-daughter time in what she knew she had left as she could. And I used to tell JonBenet, look, it doesn't matter if you're the prettiest or whatever, you work on your talent. Each one of these little, Patsy being in the Miss America thing was all about talent. When she did it, it was like.
He tells this story a lot, too. Verbatim.
45% of the judging was on your talent.
It's all about the talent. Remember this.
And so any little pageant JonBenet did had a talent proportion that she sang. And it was always with gusto, but it wasn't always on tune or on key.
She was 5.
But boom, it was out there. And I used to tell her, we work on your talent. That's what counts. And
we'll work on your talents. That's what counts.
And we said to ourselves, Patsy and I, look, JonBenet needs to not win some of these pageants because she needs to understand you don't always win in life. And so that's how we approached it.
John, when you speak about JonBenet, it's like she's in the room.
Well,
it's like this joy.
Yeah, well, I think about her every day. I have her picture on my cell phone. It just kind of remind her that she's with me in some way that I don't understand, can't comprehend.
John says he wants this case solved to get justice for his daughter and to clear his family name.
You know,
did you? Yes, he did. He did. Bloom, that's true. Patsy was not told that she was on hospice, according to John. And she kept asking when her next chemo treatment was coming. And he did not tell her. He did not tell her.
I believe that there is a lot of goodwill to get this case solved.
It's an amazing amount of goodwill. I've been overwhelmed by people that care about it. And they're like, why won't the police do this stuff? I don't know. And if they're doing it and keeping it quiet, that's fine. I'm okay with that because they had an open door policy early on with the tabloids and everybody else, and that's why the thing spiraled out of control.
What is he talking about? Yes, it's in one of the interviews I watched.
In terms of information, but that was their intent. They wanted to bring pressure on Patsy and I, and but they perpetuated it in the media. It was a juicy story.
But you paid the price for that, John. You and
we
Patsy.
did. Yeah, our family was destroyed.
How do you find the strength? Because you seem so positive and so optimistic.
Well, I've learned from just seeing other families that have lost a child that two things potentially highly likely will happen. One, there'll be a divorce because you'll blame one or the other. You shouldn't have given Johnny the keys to the car that night, or you shouldn't let him go out, play after dark.
Wait a minute. Why would one parent blame the other on this one?
This is blame. And then there's also you grieved over the lost child and don't realize you still probably have other children that need you now to be strong more than ever. We still had 3 wonderful children that we loved dearly, and they were hurt deeply, and they needed us to be strong. That got us off the floor, not immediately, but as soon as we could. So, Patsy and I used to call them pity parties, and fortunately one of us would be up, the other down, and we'd balance it out, and it'd be the other way around, we'd balance it out, and anytime we both got down, it's like, okay, let's not have a pity party here. Let's get on with it. And we recognized that we needed to live as parents, strong parents for our other children. Yes, JonBenét was gone. We believe she was in heaven. I know she is. We have 3 other children now that need us to be strong. And as I said earlier, that's really my primary motive for getting this chapter closed, finding the killer. It's not going to change my life.
Do you feel the pressure of time because you are getting older?
To some degree, but my oldest son, John Andrew, has taken up the cause and the baton, and he has been aggressive.
What? I have never heard from John. What's his name? His son? What's his name? John Andrew? John Andrew has taken the baton?
It's not going to change my life.
Do you feel the pressure of time because you are getting older?
To some degree, but my oldest son, John Andrew, has taken up the cause and the baton, and he has been aggressive in pushing the police and the DA and the FBI. He's met with all these people, the governor's office. He's in their face, and
what?
He's well spoken. He's not going away.
I want to thank John Ramsey for inviting me into his home and sitting down to share some very painful memories. JonBenét Ramsey deserves justice, and testing the evidence.
Whoa. So he's got, I guess John Andrew, and I guess that's why he didn't name Burke John. That is the son that left his DNA on a duvet cover. Yes. His semen. Okay, let's see what other ones I have saved here. I really wanted to play that CNN one. All right, I'm going to let you guys watch this. This is Detective Steve Thomas, because I'm looking for the CNN interview. So watch this. This is Detective Steve Thomas, who went on to write the book about the Ramseys. He thought Patsy did it. Patsy then stated, "They've killed my baby," and added, "We didn't mean for that to happen." Christ almighty. This shit makes me, nervous inside. My insides feel nervous.
I believe she committed the murder.
Okay, so I believe this is from a deposition. Let me go ahead and get some context here. September 21st, 2001. I'm going to, hang on. There you go. So I believe this is in the Wolf deposition, Frank. If it's not, correct me if I'm wrong. But this is Detective Steve Thomas explaining what he thinks happened.
I believe she committed the murder, I told Smith, and proceeded to lay out what I thought had happened. In my hypothesis, an approaching 40th birthday, the busy holiday season, an exhausting Christmas day, and an argument with JonBenét had left Patsy frazzled. Her beautiful daughter, whom she frequently dressed almost as a twin, had rebelled against wearing the same outfit as her mother. When they came home, John Ramsey helped Burke put together a Christmas toy. JonBenét, who had not eaten much at the White's party, was hungry. Her mother let her have some pineapple, and then the kids were put to bed. John Ramsey read to his little girl. Then he went to bed. Patsy stayed up to prepare for the trip to Michigan the next morning, a trip she admittedly did not particularly want to make. Later, JonBenét awakened after wetting her bed, as indicated by the plastic sheets, the urine stains, the pull-up diaper package hanging halfway out of a cabinet, and the balled-up turtleneck found in the bathroom. I concluded that the little girl had worn the red turtleneck to bed, as her mother originally said, and that it was stripped off when it got wet. As I told Smith, I never believed that the child was sexually abused for the gratification of the offender, but the vaginal trauma was some sort of corporal punishment. The dark fibers found in her pubic region could have come from the violent wiping of a wet child. Patsy probably yanked out the diaper package in cleaning up JonBenét. Patsy would not be the first mother to lose control in such a situation. One of the doctors we consulted cited toileting issues as a textbook example of causing a parental rage. So in my hypothesis, there was some sort of explosive encounter in the child's bathroom sometime prior to 1 o'clock in the morning, the time suggested by the digestion rate of the pineapple found in the child's stomach. I believe JonBenét was slammed against a hard surface, such as the edge of a tub, inflicting a mortal head wound. She was unconscious, but her heart was still beating. Patsy would not have known that JonBenét was still alive because the child already appeared to be dead. The massive head trauma would have eventually killed her. It was the critical moment in which she had to either call for help or find an alternative explanation for her daughter's death. It was accidental in the sense that the situation had developed without motive or premeditation. She could have called for help but chose not to. An emergency room doctor probably would have questioned the accident and called the police. Still, little would have happened to Patsy in Boulder, but I believe panic overtook her. John and Burke continued to sleep while Patsy moved the body of JonBenét down to the basement and hid her in the little room. As I pictured the scene, her dilemma was that the police would assume the obvious if a 6-year-old child was found dead in a private home without any satisfactory explanation. Patsy needed a diversion and planned the way she thought a kidnapping should look. She returned upstairs to the kitchen and grabbed her tablet and felt-tip pen, flipping to the middle of the tablet, and started a ransom note, drafting one that ended on page 25. For some reason, she discarded that one and ripped pages 17 through 25 from the tablet. Police never found those pages. On page 26, she began the, quote, Mr.
Police never found those pages, just like they never found the roll of duct tape or where the cord came from, right?
And Mrs. I, close quote, then abandoned that false start. At some point, she drafted the long ransom note. By doing so, she created the government's best piece of evidence. She then faced the major problem of what to do with the body. Leaving the house carried the risk of John or Burke awakening at the sounds and possibly being seen by a passerby or a neighbor. Leaving the body in the distant, almost inaccessible basement room was the best option. As I envisioned it, Patsy returned to the basement, a woman caught up in panic, where she could have seen, perhaps by detecting a faint heartbeat or a sound or a slight movement, that although completely unconscious, JonBenét was not dead. Others might argue that Patsy did not know the child was still alive. In my hypothesis, she took the next step, looking for the closest available items in desperation. Only feet away was her paint tote. She grabbed a paintbrush and broke it to fashion the garrote with some cord. Then she looped the cord around the girl's neck. In my scenario, she choked JonBenét from behind with a grip on her broken paintbrush handle, pulling the ligature. JonBenét, still unconscious, would never have felt it. There are only 4 ways to die: suicide, natural, accidental, or homicide. This accident, in my opinion, had just become a murder. Then the staging continued to make it look like a kidnapping. Patsy tied the girl's wrists in front, not in the back, for otherwise the arms would not have been in the overhead position. But with a 15-inch length of cord between the wrists and the knot tied loosely over the clothing, there was no way such a binding would have restrained a live child. It was a symbolic act to make it appear that the child had been bound. Patsy took considerable time with her daughter, wrapping her carefully in the blanket and leaving her with a favorite pink nightgown. As the FBI had told us, a stranger would not have taken such care. As I told Lou, I thought that throughout the coming hours, Patsy worked on her staging, such as placing the ransom note where she would be sure to find it the next morning. She placed the tablet on the countertop right beside the stairs and put the pen in the cup. While going through the drawers and under the countertop, where the tablet had been, she found rolls of tape. She placed a strip from a roll of duct tape across JonBenét's mouth. There was bloody mucus under the tape and a perfect set of the child's lip prints, which did not indicate a tongue impression or resistance. I theorized that Patsy, trying to cover her tracks, took the remaining cord, tape, and the first ransom note out of the house that night, perhaps dropping them in a nearby storm sewer or among the Christmas debris and wrappings in a neighbor's trash can. She was running out of time. The household was scheduled to wake up early to fly to Michigan, and in her haste, Patsy Ramsey did not change clothes, a vital mistake. With the clock ticking and hearing her husband moving around upstairs, she stepped over the edge. The way I envisioned it, Patsy screamed, and John Ramsey, coming out of the shower, responded, totally unaware of what had occurred. Burke, awakened by the noise shortly before 6 o'clock in the morning, came down to find out what had happened and was sent back to bed as his mother talked to the 911 emergency dispatcher. Patsy Ramsey opened the door to Officer Rick French about 5:55 a.m. on the morning of December 26, 1996, wearing a red turtleneck sweater and black pants, the same thing she had worn to a party the night before. Her hair was done, her makeup was on. In my opinion, she had never been to bed. The diversion worked for 7 hours as the Boulder police thought they were dealing with a kidnapping. John Ramsey, in my hypothetical scenario, probably first grew suspicious while reading the ransom note that morning, which was why he was unusually quiet. He must have seen his wife's writing mannerisms all over it, everything but her signature. But where was his daughter? He said in his police interview that he went down to the basement when Detective Arndt noticed him missing. I suggested that Ramsey found JonBenét at that time and was faced with the dilemma of his life. During the next few hours, his behavior changed markedly as he desperately considered his few options: submit to the authorities or...
Damn, so he thinks that John found JonBenét down there and then didn't say anything until later when him and Fleet went down.
Try to control the situation. He had already lost one child, Beth, and now JonBenét was gone too. Now Patsy was possibly in jeopardy. The stress increased steadily during the morning, for Patsy, in my theory, knew that no kidnapper was going to call by 10 o'clock, and after John found the body, he knew that too. So when Detective Linda Arndt told him to search the house, he used the opportunity and made a beeline for the basement. Then, tormented as he might be, he chose to protect his wife. Within a few hours, the first of his many lawyers was in motion, the private investigators a day later. That's the way I see it, I said to Lou Smith. That's how the evidence fits to me. She made mistakes, and that's how we solve crimes, right? I reminded him of his own favorite saying, murders are usually what they seem.
All right, thank you, Mr. Thomas.
JonBenét Ramsey, a bright and vibrant 6-year-old, was found.
Okay, so that was Detective Steve Thomas's theory, which I think there could be some truth to his theory. Absolutely. Hey, Sarah Lee. Okay, let me refresh.
JonBenét Ramsey, a bright and vibrant 6...
Hold on. I'm going to mute that. You guys can watch some of the...
6-year-old was found murdered.
This is just footage. Hold on. Where is the CNN? Okay, here's the CNN. But first, before we play the CNN interview, I want to play for you. And by the way, JonBenét's bed was covered in pee. Covered in pee. That sounded pretty convincing to you, Robbie? I never have thought that maybe he knew she was down there, and then when he went down with Fleet was when he, that makes me feel sick. There's her bed. But you can see in some of the crime scene photos that were leaked or whatever. This is horrible quality because it's so old, but her bed, her pillowcase had pee on it. Let's see. Hey, Spamster, have a good day. Have a good day. I know, we do these long streams because there's so much to talk about. It was? One of the bed pillows was on the kitchen table? I'd never heard that. I never heard that. I just don't know if I believe that Patsy, like John was unaware of. I don't get down with that theory. I think some of what he said, like the ransom, like some of that stuff, but I don't know about the other. Okay, so here is John Ramsey on Good Morning America being interviewed by Robin Roberts. I mean, he's really made the rounds. This is from 4 years ago. It's that magic 4 years ago. Horrible quality, but this is from the Ramsey case.
It's called The Other Side of Suffering. We're going to talk to John.
This is after John released his book, The Other Side of Suffering.
In just a moment, but first, here's ABC's Juju Chang.
It's JonBenét Ramsey as you've never seen her, a fresh-faced 6-year-old with her family, celebrating the holidays. But this is how the world saw her, highly coiffed, in full makeup, the tragic child beauty queen. It's not the way her dad remembers her.
I see her in shorts and T-shirt and hair kind of scruffy and just kind of a kid.
I don't like how he shakes his head no as he's saying things that are supposed to be positive.
The way her dad remembers her.
I see her in shorts and T-shirt and hair kind of scruffy and just kind of a kid.
It was Christmas time 1996. JonBenét's family finds a horrifying ransom note threatening to kill her. But soon, John makes a shocking discovery in the family's basement.
When I found her, it was a rush of relief. And then, of course, within moments, I realized that she probably was dead. But she was back in my arms.
Within hours, the Boulder police begin treating the Ramseys, especially John, as suspects. Investigative leaks fuel a media frenzy.
I had 24-hour-a-day cameras outside of our house for, gosh, a year probably.
The tantalizing clues, a footprint, a broken window, some DNA evidence, spark wall-to-wall tabloid coverage. It would take 12 years before the Boulder DA's office completely clears the Ramseys and issues an apology. But not before John's reputation is ruined. A thriving business no longer his. And his wife, Patsy, dies of ovarian cancer.
Okay, first of all, he sold his business to Lockheed Martin. So I don't want to hear that. A thriving business, no longer his. He sold Access Graphics. Hold on. When did John Ramsey sell Access Graphics? 1997, November. He sold it. Oh, that was before JonBenét. Okay, so he had already sold it to Lockheed in 91. And he was the president and CEO, but Lockheed owned it. But get this. The reason he left, this is interesting. I'm going to paste this into the chat. It was when there was a merger. John Ramsey left his role as president and CEO of Access Graphics when Lockheed sold the company to GE in November of 1997. My dad also retired when Ford Tractor became Ford Motor. Oh, but he lost his job because of his reputation. He would have owned Lockheed if he lost his job because of his reputation.
Thriving business no longer his, and his wife Patsy dies of ovarian cancer.
Do you ever think that the killer of JonBenét is still out there?
Oh, I believe he is. He's either alive, dead, or in prison.
John, with his new wife Jan, lives quietly in Michigan.
Yeah, this room will be the master bedroom.
Rebuild.
Why is he always renovating? And remember he said, oh, I renovate every house that I live in. Why is he always renovating shit? There's him and his current wife, Jan.
Jan lives quietly in Michigan.
Yeah, this room will be the master bedroom.
Rebuilding is a constant theme.
No one would blame you for being angry and bitter.
And I was for a time, but you can't stay there. It's damaging to you as a person.
For Good Morning America, Juju Chang, ABC.
Okay, so now we're going to get to the one with Robin. Here it comes. That was them like replaying a previous.
News, New York.
And joining us now is John Ramsey, author of the new book, The Other Side of Suffering. The father of JonBenét Ramsey tells the story of his journey from grief to grace. It is so good to see you.
Thank you. Nice to be here.
I told you in the break that I read your book over the weekend, and it was so touching and really moving. And I didn't realize that 4 years before JonBenét, that you lost a daughter, your oldest daughter, in a car accident, and you were dealing with that grief.
Yes. Yeah, that was tough. It was, that really was a changing point in my life when Beth died, and challenged my faith.
And it seems like all that you've had go on in your life, all that you have accomplished, all that you have lost, it comes back to that Christmas in 1996, and that is in chilling detail in what you described. But John, the message in this book that I took away is that something my mom has said: we all have something. We all have something that we've gone through, and your friend in the book said to you at one point, do you feel that your best days are ahead of you? Which you, at first you're like, are you
well,
joking?
And I wasn't being bitter or sarcastic.
No.
It was like, what a silly question. How could that be? And he said, well, you need to get to a point where you believe they are. And I thought, you're right. That's the definition of hope.
How do you get there?
It's not easy. And because you're up until that point, until this happened in my life, my hope was based on probably shallower things: a bigger house, a nicer job, a nicer car. Those material things. Well, when that's taken away, and certainly when your child is taken away, you're never going to get that back in your life. So how do you then have hope? And it's not easy, but you have to get there. You have to get there.
I mean, you have a new family, and it's something that is you just have to do. You just keep putting one foot in front of the other at times when you can't. Part of the reason people were so familiar with, I love how you called it Johnny B. JonBenét, that was her nickname, Johnny B. I learned in reading the book, was because of the beauty pageants. And
that's the first I had ever heard that. I did not read this man's book, but let's do a little poll. Put a 1 in chat if you've ever heard JonBenét being called Johnny B. I'm putting information about Lockheed in the chat as well. 1 if you've heard that, 2 if you haven't. I've never heard her referred to as Johnny B. ever. But this is an interview where he embraces that. Look at all the 2s. He embraces the pageants in this one. This is really interesting. She said, I love how you called her Johnny B. Johnny B. Purple's heard it. Most of you have not.
The reason people were so familiar with, I love how you called it Johnny B. JonBenét, that was her nickname, Johnny B. I learned in reading the book, was because
I learned that reading your book.
Because of the beauty pageants. And
it was because of the beauty pageants she was called Johnny B. Huh? Hey, Justice Jane.
JonBenét, that was her nickname, Johnny B. I learned in reading the book, was because of the beauty pageants. And there's so many of those on reality shows right now.
I've noticed that,
What are your thoughts?
I've noticed that, yeah. Do you watch them?
There's so many of those on reality shows right now.
Noticed that, yeah.
What are your thoughts and feelings?
Well, you know, JonBenét and Patsy did that for fun. Patsy had just come out of cancer treatment.
There we go. Here we go. They did it for fun. She just came out of remission. She just finished her treatments.
I think deep down she didn't know how long she had to live and how much time she had to spend with her child. So she tried to pack a lot into a day.
Yikes. Yikes.
And the perspective they took on it was just fun. In fact, we used to pack a lot into a day.
Okay, listen to this specifically right here.
And the perspective they, totally distancing himself from this. But watch how he embraces it. A day. And the perspective they took on it was just fun. In fact, we used to joke that JonBenét needs to lose a few of these contests to understand that you do lose in life.
Same thing every time. She needed to lose some of these because you need to lose a few things in life. You don't always win in life. It's always that. Always.
You don't always win. But
you don't always win. Sometimes things don't go your way. JonBenét, she needs to lose some.
Just understand that you do lose in life. You don't always win.
Oh, well, she sure didn't get an opportunity to learn that, did she?
But so their perspective is right. But I saw an element of competitiveness that I thought was unhealthy.
And
oh, that's the first time I've ever heard him admit that.
I saw an element of competitiveness that I thought was unhealthy.
And there's a medal because you like the talent competition.
He thought it was unhealthy, but wait to see what he's about to show you. Wait for it.
And there was a medal that you got back after her death, and you carry it with you.
Yes, yeah.
Do you have it?
Yes, I do. This was a hugely significant thing to me, in that.
And you carried it in your wallet to this day.
Well, I used to wear it, and the little ring.
Wow.
I wore through, but.
He used to wear this.
JonBenét had won that.
Have you ever seen him wear this in any interviews? I've never seen him wear this. What? The fuck?
Wear it, and the little ring thing to me, and that.
And you carried it in your wallet to this day.
Well, I used to wear it, and the little ring.
Wow.
I wore through, but JonBenét had won that as a talent participant, and I used to always tell her, it's your talent that counts. Don't worry about whether you're the prettiest or.
Amen to that.
And she came up to me. I was late for the show, and.
Oh, remember he said he didn't go to the shows.
Prettiest or.
Amen to that.
And she came up to me. I was late for the show, and she'd won this medal, and she gave it to me. She said, "Dad, I won this for you."
I won this for you. What?
What?
Oh, wait, it gets better. It gets better. Yeah, the competition was unhealthy. But what do you have in your pocket? Let's watch that again.
That I thought was unhealthy.
And there's a medal because you like the talent competition, and there was a medal that you got back after her death, and you carry it with you.
Yes, yeah.
Do you have it?
Yes, I do. This was a hugely significant thing to me, in that.
And you carried it in your wallet to this day.
Well, I used to wear it, and the little ring.
Wow.
I wore through, but JonBenét had won that as a talent participant, and I used to always tell her, it's your talent that counts. Don't worry about whether you're the prettiest or.
Amen to that.
And she came up to me. I was late for the show, and. She'd won this medal, and she gave it to me. She said, "Dad, I won this for you." And that was about 5 days before she died. And so after she died, I thought to myself, I want that medal. And I didn't tell anybody. And her sister, my sister-in-law Pam, went to our house to get some clothes for us. Came back and said, "John, I just felt compelled to bring you something." And she had that medal in her hand.
This is something that he didn't care about. He wasn't involved in. This was a Patsy and JonBenét thing. But his sister-in-law went to go get clothes and came back with that medal for him, huh? What?
Her sister, my sister-in-law Pam, went to our house to get some clothes for us. Came back and said, "John, I just felt compelled to bring you something." And she had that medal in her hand.
That must have meant everything.
Oh, it was huge.
Your book is really powerful. It's going to help a lot of people.
Well, I hope so. That was the intent.
All right. All the best to you going forward.
Thank you, Robin. Thank you.
Thought that was pretty interesting to see him pull out this medal. I had never heard of this medal or seen this medal before. He used to wear it he wore it so much that this little ring broke. Interesting, huh? Okay, are you guys up for another one? We have Larry King live. Okay, this is just John. This is after Patsy passed away. This would be... And all the cool... Hold on, and they have old school commercials. Do you love it? Vonage. Remember Vonage? Come on now. Who doesn't remember Vonage? We're kicking it old school today. This is from 12/20/2006. This is right after Patsy died. Patsy died. Shit, I forgot to read the indictment. We'll read it after that. Well, yeah, we'll read it after this. Patsy died June 24th, 2006. Salty. Okay, June 24th, 2006. This is December 20th, 2006. 6 days before the anniversary of JonBenét and 6 months after the death of Patsy. Okay? Just putting it into perspective. We're going to fast forward here. Oh, gosh. Okay. Here we go.
For justice at last, John Ramsey opens up in an intense emotion.
And I'm so sorry that the freaking audio is horrible, but here we go.
Emotional hour. It's next on Larry King Live.
Ramsey and the husband, the late, it's so hard to believe what you've gone through, Patsy and the whole car thing. Let's discuss first. Does it get any easier now, 10 years out?
Well, it does. A friend of ours said it was the best advice I had, that memories that bring pain will eventually bring smiles, and that's what I've experienced. So, yeah, it gets easier.
Do you celebrate the Christmas season?
We do, a different way, though, much more simple, and we try to focus on what Christmas is all about. And
the first time I met your son, I guess he was...
How do you ever celebrate Christmas again? How? I don't know. Gosh.
What, 10?
Probably, yeah.
And
probably.
I see him now, he's like 19, he's unbelievable.
Big guy.
Is he going to college?
He's at Purdue, sophomore, doing well. As far as we know, we haven't gotten the grades yet this semester, but he was on the dean's list last year, so we're confident.
I remember the ridiculous time where he was considered a suspect.
Well, it was madness. It was a period of madness.
How many grandchildren do you have?
I have
We talked about grandchildren, I think, in the interview room as well. And this would have been in 2006. So he's got way less grandchildren in 2006. I think he just has boys at this point.
three boys, and 6, 4, and 2.
This is also the first Christmas without Patsy. Mm-hmm. What was that like at the end?
Well,
okay, so what was it like at the end, meaning the end of Patsy's life?
It was, I think the hardest part was giving up, which is something you have to do with kids.
The hardest part was giving up, but listen, Patsy didn't know that we were giving up. I'm imagining he was her power of attorney for her healthcare decisions. And you're going to hear something that's going to shock you.
Cancer. And
you have to give up.
You have to give up before it's over, or at least you're encouraged to, and it's very difficult to do. That was probably the hardest thing for me, because you're always looking for that last new treatment or that last drug that'll correct the problem. And at some point, it's just torture, and it's because chemotherapy is poison.
She fought for a lot of years, though.
She did, 12 years.
12 years?
Yeah.
The cancer was what, cervical?
It was ovarian, and she was diagnosed 12 years ago with stage 4 ovarian cancer.
Well, that's the end, right?
It's 5% chance of living beyond 5 years.
So how did she do it?
Well, she had a lot of prayer, some new treatments that we tried that were very successful, and she had the mind to live, and that's a very important part of it. She had a will to live.
Do you think the ordeal of JonBenét took a lot out of her?
Well, it had to. It wasn't obvious.
What? Do you think the ordeal of JonBenét took a lot out of her? Well, it had to, but it wasn't obvious. What? This is delusions. Delusions.
In her spirit, she's a very strong woman, but it had to, I think.
It had to, I think? Huh?
Some people say people die as they live. If they live with class, they die with class.
Well,
how did she die?
Well, the last 3 months of her life, she had always wanted to paint. So she had the time. She couldn't really get out of the house. And when she was feeling well, she painted. And she did some wonderful paintings and just loved it. And it was like
I'd love to see her paintings. What did he do with her paintings that she painted the last 3 months of her life? I definitely would love to see those.
Somewhat of a dream for her because she'd always wanted to do it, but never had the time.
Paintbrushes. Oh my God, Leo. Yep. Oh my God. Oh, fuck. She decided to paint.
She knows she was going to die?
I think towards the end she did. When we had finally shifted to palliative care, which is focused on just comfort and no pain.
Hospice.
Larry says, hospice. It's not palliative care. It's hospice. I worked in home care and hospice, and palliative care is like a bridge to hospice. It's kind of in between home care and hospice. He says, oh, we finally shifted to palliative care.
When we had finally shifted to palliative care, which is focused on just comfort and no pain. Hospice. She would ask, well, when's my next chemotherapy treatment? And we just kind of ignored the question because...
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
God almighty.
No. Who's we? We ignored the question? What? What? Listen to this again.
Focused on just comfort and no pain. Hospice. She would ask, well, when's my next chemotherapy treatment? And we just kind of ignored the question because there wasn't going to be another chemotherapy treatment.
Wow. I mean, that is just fucking crazy to me.
No pain. Hospice. She would ask, well, when's my next chemotherapy treatment? And we just kind of ignored the question because there wasn't going to be another chemotherapy treatment.
What hospice was in there? Because hospice companies would never do that. They won't be involved if she is not on board. If she is of sound mind, she's got to also be on board. They're not going to do that. Something fucking hinky was going on. I don't like this. I don't like this at all.
And we just kind of ignored the question because it was asked on just comfort and no pain. Hospice. She would ask, well, when's my next chemotherapy treatment? And we just kind of ignored the question because
nurses don't want to come in there and be faced with those questions. And the nurse can't lie. I don't like that at all.
She would ask, well, when's my next chemotherapy treatment? And we just kind of ignored the question because there wasn't going to be another chemotherapy treatment. But I think towards the end, she knew it was not gonna pull out.
She knew it was not going to pull out? What does that mean? Even Larry King's uncomfortable. I'm very uncomfortable.
I am very uncomfortable sitting here.
We don't know if she was of sound mind or not, but yikes.
The question because there wasn't going to be another chemotherapy treatment. But I think towards the end, she knew it was not gonna pull out.
She always was, every time she appeared on this show, she was a never give up girl.
Yeah, that's right.
Mimi.
She's amazing. Amazing person. She really was.
God, he shakes his head no. She was an amazing person. Oh, wait. I'm not even on camera. She was an amazing person. She really was. Mimi saying, how are you today? Happy Monday.
Whole ordeal of JonBenét, she was unbelievable.
Absolutely.
Stronger than you sometimes.
Oh, totally. No question. No question.
She just died 6 months prior to this.
About that. And even through her cancer battle, I only saw her cry twice. And
Okay, that's not normal. This is not normal. You only saw her cry twice? There's no way. She's got children that she would miss. Oh, could she not cry in front of him? He wasn't even there, you think?
Stronger than you sometimes.
oh, totally. No question. No question about that. And even through her cancer battle, I only saw her cry twice. And through that whole ordeal, otherwise she was tough, strong, and
12 years? She cried twice? Yeah, hospice doesn't give chemo either, but apparently she didn't know she was on hospice.
let's get it done.
Were you with her since she died?
Mm-hmm.
Died at home or in the
She died at home about 2 in the morning.
Is it peaceful?
She died at 2 in the morning. In another interview with Larry King, Patsy Ramsey says that she wakes up at night at 2 in the morning and thinks about JonBenét. It's in another CNN interview. I shit you not. And Patsy passed at 2 in the morning. Weird.
Mm-hmm. Died at home or in the
She died at home about 2 in the morning.
Is it peaceful?
Not as peaceful as I would have hoped or thought, no.
Hmm?
Not as peaceful as I would have hoped or thought, no.
That's so weird. Like, why wasn't it peaceful? She didn't know because he said palliative care. Bing bong, Cindy Lou.
Oh. Not as peaceful as I would have hoped or thought, no.
There's pain, you mean?
Well, I don't know. I couldn't tell, but I hope not. I hope not. Just very good. No.
There's pain, you mean?
Well, I don't know. I couldn't tell, but I hope not. I hope not. Just very, very labored breathing, high heart rate. So I don't know. The whole focus was to have her in no pain. So I hope.
Listen, my mother passed away on hospice, and we were by her side. It was awful, but it was peaceful. It was peaceful. It was not traumatizing to be there with my mother when she died. If the hospice is doing the right thing, that kind of shit doesn't happen. Yeah, that should not happen. He's like, I couldn't tell if it was in pain, you know? No, you can have hospice at home. Most people prefer to die at home. Thank you, Faye. She said, thanks, Jay, for all your work on this case. Salty and Kresha, as well as others. Great insights of more lies. Thank you, Faye, and enjoy the rest of your Monday. I mean, the whole point of morphine is to keep you out of pain, is to keep that labored breathing from your heart. You know what I'm saying? Like, they give you medicines to keep your heart rate from doing that, to keep you from feeling that anxiety. It sounds to me like she didn't have the proper care. This is fucking weird.
I hope that was the case.
Was your son close by?
He was in the next bedroom. So I hope, the whole focus was to have her in no pain. So I hope that was the case.
Was your son close by?
He was in the next bedroom. I got him up.
How does he handle it?
Well, I think he's done real in the next bedroom. I got him up.
How does he
I got him up, he says, but he got cut off.
handle it?
Well, I think he's done real well. He and Patsy were very close. She was very invested in his life, and I think Burke's done very well.
Do you think she died believing that this will be solved?
Well, she always believed that. Didn't know when, didn't know if it'd be in her lifetime. Certainly there was that episode last summer where we had a interesting suspect that surfaced, and Patsy was aware of that, although she wasn't really focused on it. Because that time she was very focused on her cancer battle.
Let's discuss you and John Marcar. When did you first become aware of the email correspondence between the...
Okay. Whew, that's a lot. Like, that's a lot right there. That is a lot. This just happened 6 months prior, too. I think this guy is completely, traumatized, starting with this Beth. To JonBenét. To Patsy. Who feels like there could have been a factor in Beth's death that could have caused this man to not be in his right mind? Thank you so much, Harris. I'm glad you're here. Whew. Okay, so now we're going to talk about Mark Carr, who was the pedo that was arrested and brought back from Bangkok.
Journalism professor Mark Tracy and the man identified as John Marcar.
Well, it was probably 3 or 4 years ago when they first started. Yeah, they started. They would be sporadic. Every now and then we'd get one. They're very bizarre. We always
Who let you in on it?
Michael Tracy. Right. He would forward them to us, and then we would forward them on to our investigators. We always took everything like
Chloe.
that very seriously, because you never know. And these were just very, very strange, very intriguing, but not conclusive. We always look for that silver bullet. What's the little detail that this person knows that only the killer would know?
Did you read any of the correspondence?
Oh yeah, I read most of it.
You did?
Yes.
Wasn't a lot of it pretty sordid?
Very sordid. Yeah, very.
How did you handle that as a
Well, you read it, you look at it more as from an academic perspective.
You were able to do that?
Well, pretty well.
Huh? So he's talking about the letters from this guy who claimed that he was there and he did this to JonBenét. And Larry King is like, how could you even read these things about your daughter? And he said, I read it as an academic. Huh?
But pretty sordid?
Very sordid. Yeah, very.
How did you handle that as a
Well, you read it, you look at it more as from an academic perspective.
Academic perspective.
You were able to do that?
Well,
Larry King's like, you were able to do that? What?
Pretty well. Because, we didn't know if it was made up or whether it was real or...
Oh, my God. Either way, made up or real.
But you're just looking for that piece of data that only the killer would know.
Were there moments when you said, I think he's the guy?
It was a very convincing confession towards the end, and that's, of course, what interested the district attorney.
I was skeptical, as they were, because they still had a lot of work to do. But there were a few pieces that looked very interesting to me, primarily the way the ransom note was signed, SBTC, which we never knew what that meant or stood for, and apparently Carr had used that in some correspondence earlier, prior to John Benet's death. That got me very interested.
He used SBT, what is it? SBCT. John Mark Carr used that in correspondence before? Where is that documented?
Because that's beyond coincidence.
On the negative side, did you ever wonder, though, how he knew about John Benet? How would this guy in California?
Sure. You're looking for, okay, was he in Boulder, Colorado?
So she wasn't famous until she was
No,
killed.
That's right. That's right. Now, so I don't know. I mean,
she wasn't famous until she was killed. He's like, yeah, that's right. But was she in the pedo world famous? Weird.
In California.
Sure. You're looking for, okay, was he in Boulder, Colorado?
So she wasn't famous until she was killed.
That's right. That's right. Now,
you're looking if he was in Boulder, Colorado. And Larry's like, well, she wasn't famous until she was killed. Interesting.
How would this guy in California?
Sure. You're looking for, okay, was he in Boulder, Colorado?
So she wasn't famous until she was killed.
That's right. That's right. Now, so I don't know. I mean, Boulder, Colorado was a small town. We were fairly visible because of our business was a fairly large business in the community. John Benet participated in a lot of different things.
So he could have.
Certainly could have.
We'll take a break. Be back with more of John Ramsey later.
This tragedy has touched not just ourselves and our friends, but many people. And we know that there's many people that are praying for us, that are grieving with us. And we want to thank them, to let them know that we are healing. And that we know in our hearts that John Benet is safe and with God. And that the grieving that we all have to do is for ourselves and our loss.
Oh my gosh, commercials. Hold on. Oh my gosh. This is so wild seeing these old commercials. Okay, this is like the intro. Here we go. This is a great clip. Here you go. You guys ready for this?
Like all parents would say, she was a perfect child, but the thing that I remember about her was that if I would frown, she would look at me and say, "Dad, I don't like that face." And I'd smile and she'd say, "That's better." And that's just the way she was.
She loved her daddy. She loved her daddy. She was daddy's girl.
He just saw that. So he was watching that as we were watching it. She is on so much Valium or whatever they were giving her at that time. My goodness. My goodness. Here, watch that again, okay?
Like all parents would say, she was a perfect child, but the thing that I remember about her was that if I would frown, she would look at me and say, "Dad, I don't like that face." And I'd smile and she'd say, "That's better." And that's just the way she was.
She loved her daddy. She loved her daddy. She was daddy's girl.
President George H.W. Bush, President number 41, who lost a daughter younger than, 2 years younger than, said, "You lose a young daughter, you never forget her."
Mm. No, that's very true. You never get over it. You have a hole in your heart that doesn't ever heal.
A hole in the heart.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, sometimes in every day.
Oh, yeah. Yes, absolutely.
What about Professor Tracy? Did he seem a little obsessed with your daughter's case?
No, we met him initially. He wrote an article early on about what was being done to us viciously. And it was written from an academic perspective.
because he's a journalism professor, talks a lot about the media, condition of the media. So we contacted him and said, thank you for the nice article, because there weren't many of them out there back, 9 years ago, and just got to know him. And because of that article, I guess, and he worked on a documentary that was produced a year or so later, he became known to be associated with our case, and that's, I think, how this car contacted him.
How did you handle the time when you or your wife were accused? People ask me the most dramatic moment in the history of this program had to be the time that detective was on, who had left the Boulder Police Department and
We watched that one last time.
sat there live and pointed to Patsy and said, I think you did it, and I think you, pointing to you, are covering up.
Well, you got to understand, he had no credentials to be a detective. He was a jail guard 2 years before.
Oh my goodness. John, stop doing this. Why do you have to put down these cops in order to make yourself look better? You shouldn't need to do that. He's talking about the guy I just played his theory. He sparred with them on Larry King. We watched it in the last one. Now he's like, oh, that guy didn't even have the credentials to be a detective. He was a jail guard 2 years prior. Don't listen to him. Only listen to Mary Lacey. Don't listen to any of these people. Don't listen to Linda. Linda is not even a freaking detective. I can't even call her that. And now this guy, he was a jail guard. Jeez.
I am very uncomfortable sitting here.
God.
A covering up.
Well, you got to understand, he had no credentials to be a detective. He was a jail guard 2 years before. So
but how?
It was.
Prove that. Prove that. Prove that he went from a jail guard to a detective in 2 years. I want to see that.
Understand, he had no credentials to be a detective. He was a jail guard 2 years before. So
but how?
It was
to
madness.
have that
Larry.
happen
It was
to you?
absolute madness. And you think, how could the world have gone so mad? But yet it didn't bother us terribly because we'd already been hurt as deeply as we could be hurt. We lost our child. And so it was there, it was madness, it was insanity, but we were suffering so much from the loss of our child that it wasn't something we focused on.
Did you ever say, I shouldn't have moved the body? I made some mistake.
There's a lot of things I think.
Move the body. I made some mistake.
No, he says. It's all Linda's fault.
Wasn't something we focused on.
Did you ever say, I shouldn't have moved the body? I made some mistake.
There's a lot of things I think the police should have done.
Yeah.
Right, but sheriffs are elected in. Detectives aren't. Right? Poor baby.
But I did what I think any father would do. You don't say, oh, there's my daughter. Looks like she's dead. I won't touch her.
Yeah.
Ooh, he's smiling, dude. Ugh. Wait, YouTube bad actors. No, this is the audio of this video. It's just what it sounds like. It's not you. We got a cooter chat.
So glad to see you back, and BTW, my duets still don't work. Maybe get IT on that. Love you, Jay.
Oh, thank you so much, Wine Girl. It's so generous of you. Thank you for the cooter chat. The cooter chats are open. Cooterville Treasury is open over here on Jay is for Justice today. Thank you for your support.
Until the police get here. It's impossible. It's ridiculous.
It really does. The cooter chats help because CrimeCon wasn't cheap. And I didn't sit here and say, send me to CrimeCon. But at any rate, thank you. Do you love the Cooterville Treasury? I love it.
Do you ever have contact, email, phone, anything with John Mark Carr?
We sent some emails, correspondence that were created by
Rooms. Whether or not America.
What the hell just happened? Dude. Why did that just happen?
He carries himself very well.
Yes, he does. Yeah.
This must have been traumatic for him, though.
Well, it has to be, yeah. I mean, I remember when my mom died.
Wait, did we... What just happened?
Way. Well, that's a good question. We don't know exactly.
Oh, that one ended, I think. Wait, hold on. Hold on. What the hell just happened? That one was over. Okay, this is part 2. Sorry about that. That one abruptly ended. Thank you, Patrice. YouTube bad actors. Oh, you got your mug? Do you love it? Which one did you get? The Cooterville? Okay, so this is part 2 of the same interview, okay? That just cut off. That was weird.
Correspondence I had with him.
Did you get anything back?
Sorry.
Not directly to me, no.
I'm going to grab something to drink. I'll be right back.
I mean, there was ongoing correspondence, but I'm fine. He did not want to be found. He was very, very mysterious about his whereabouts and
Elusive.
Secretive, very elusive.
Did you know he was going to be picked up in Thailand?
Mm-hmm.
You knew that before. So the authorities kept you abreast of all of
Yes,
this.
they did.
Right?
They were great.
All right, the first time you got to see him, and the way he was in Thailand, and when they bring him over here on the plane and everything, what were your reactions?
Well, I'd actually seen some pictures of him. They'd taken some surveillance pictures and sent them to me before he was arrested and said, "Do you recognize him?" And I said, "No, I don't." In fact, if this is a guy, he's a pretty...
I'm going to actually speed it up just a little bit to 1.25. Thank you, Sarah Lee. I want to hear your theory, Jay. Love you, girl. Thank you for 20 months. I'm waiting until the Chris McDonough goes through his thing, Sarah.
Clean-cut looking guy. I would have... You think of evil.
He doesn't think this guy looks weird. You hear this? He doesn't think this guy... You think... Because he's like, oh, he's clean-cut. You think an evil guy wouldn't look so clean-cut, right? Like you, John? Thanks, stay humble. I think you got me this. On my Amazon list.
I don't. In fact, if this is a guy, he's a pretty clean-cut looking guy. I would have... You think of evil as being dark and sinister looking.
He didn't look that?
No, not at all.
That guy doesn't look dark and sinister. That guy looks like a fucking creep to me. Ew.
But I didn't recognize him and had, to my knowledge, never seen him.
You came on television, though, and surprised a lot of people by saying, don't prejudge.
Well, we witnessed that so severely in our case
He came out early on and said, don't prejudge this pedo who's wanting... And dude, he knew already that this guy was wanted in California for child porn. Oh, but don't prejudge him. I mean, yeah, maybe about the murder, but he's already making child porn, so who gives a fuck? He's already... Throw him in the fucking trash. Gone. Who cares if he murdered or not? He's still a piece of trash. Oh, but be fair to him.
We had this rush to judgment. We want it solved by the 6 o'clock news. And I could see that happening, and I knew that the police didn't... They had a lot of work to do, and they told me that. They said, we didn't want to arrest him then, but we didn't want to lose him. The Thai government wanted him out of the country. We can't risk losing him, so we're going to arrest him, but we got a lot of work to do.
So the DA cautioned too, right? Didn't she?
Absolutely. Yeah, she said, we've got a lot of work to do here. An arrest is just an arrest. I mean, it takes that much to arrest somebody, and it takes that much to convict. And so it was an arrest. And
what was going through you?
Well, it was like anticipating something that you really wanted, but you were so afraid that you'd be disappointed that you didn't want to anticipate it.
You want the killer?
Absolutely.
But you want it to be the right person?
It's got to be the right person. And I just was fearful that there would be something that would say, well, this isn't the guy.
More with John Ramsey on this exclusive edition of Larry King.
I mean, I can understand that. I can understand you not wanting to get your hopes up that it's the right guy, but goddamn, that guy doesn't look normal at all, and he was already wanted for child porn.
Live, we'll be right back.
Fairground.
Oh, dude, this made me... All right, I gotta turn off my camera because I don't know how this is gonna affect me. When I was first watching this before I shared it with you guys, this part made me cry, man. And I had to play it a couple times, so don't be surprised if I rewind it.
John Ramsey on this exclusive edition of Larry King Live. We'll be right back.
Here's a couple of her paintings. This is a picture of the fairgrounds in northern Michigan. She always liked to ride the carousel and the Ferris wheel, so she painted a picture of it.
The northern Michigan. I grew up in Michigan, okay? So I know what northern Michigan fairgrounds are like. I know what she's talking about. And here we have JonBenét painting her painting. What talent she had. Poor baby. I'd love to see a lot of JonBenét's paintings. I wonder where they are.
This is a picture of the fairgrounds in northern Michigan. She always liked to ride the carousel and the Ferris wheel, so she painted a picture of it. I think that's pretty good for a 6-year-old. This is one she did around Halloween. Here's her pumpkin and this.
Look how cute.
I don't know if you can see it or not, but she painted a little spider web up here.
Poor JonBenet, man.
In the tree. But I just think her color and her, I mean, all these little squiggles in the sun and everything just look so artistic.
She was very talented. Poor baby. But what I found interesting, too, is this.
Painted a picture of it.
Is that, look how she's dressed up on the big wheel. It wasn't a big deal to them, he says. It wasn't a big part of their lives, he says. She's in the neighborhood riding her big wheel, dressed up like that. And I'm sure that she got tired of practicing her talents for the talent show when she clearly had talents of painting. She probably enjoyed painting. She probably would have rather been in an art class than prancing around like a little woman on a stage. Read the room.
Northern Michigan. She always liked to ride the carousel and the Ferris wheel, so she painted a picture of it. I think that's pretty good for a 6-year-old. This is one she did around Halloween. Here's her pumpkin and this, I don't know if you can see it or not, but she painted a little spider web up here in the tree. But I just think her color and her, I mean, all these little squiggles in the sun and everything just look so artistic.
Oh my God. Stop it with these commercials. What is this? Oh my God, the auction sites. Oh my God, is that Dr. Oz? Look at Dr. Oz. Jesus. Okay, we're back. Remember when we used to have to wait?
Be the one to leave them. I always thought that I would be the one to leave them. I had no idea that JonBenét would be taken from us before I would leave this world.
We're back with John Ramsey. Did you ever sue the tabloids?
We did.
How'd you do?
I think we batted 100%.
You got settlements?
On 5K.
You ever sue the tabloids? Yep, we batted 100%. Show did. Show did. Remember he said that any family of a tragedy will go broke, bankrupt.
We did.
How'd you do?
I think we batted 100%.
You got settlements?
In 5 cases, yeah.
Can't reveal the amounts, though, but
They won't allow you to.
Yeah. But you saw it every week, didn't you?
Pretty much.
They didn't let up. It was either you or her or your son.
That's right. Yep.
D.A. Lacey, she came in for some criticism. Was it deserved?
No, not at all. She did what she needed to do, I believe, and I was grateful that she did it. It was a very serious lead. It was a confession, a very credible confession, and to have not done anything about it would have been criminal.
How'd you feel when you heard there wasn't a DNA match?
Well, we were disappointed, but not totally surprised because I didn't want to hope for something that I would be disappointed.
When the judge dismissed all charges, he went free. How'd you feel then?
Well, it was unfortunate because the charges in California were dismissed only because the police had lost the evidence. He certainly...
Wait, what?
Dismissed all charges. He went...
Hope for something that I would be disappointed.
When the judge dismissed all charges, he went free. How'd you feel then?
Well, it was unfortunate because the charges in California were dismissed only because the police had lost the evidence.
Is he talking about Carr's charges were dismissed in California because the police lost the evidence. The evidence of the child pee that they went all the way to Bangkok to get him for? Is that what he's talking about? Oh my God, Higgins, what? He had all charges dropped. Where is this creep now? Oh my God, I cannot
be disappointed.
When the judge dismissed all charges, he went free. How'd you feel then?
Well, it was unfortunate because the charges in California were dismissed only because the police had lost the evidence. He certainly appears to be a person that preys on young girls and therefore is dangerous.
That's it? He shrugs? He's dangerous. OMG, who was in that child pee that he had? Was JonBenét in there or something? What the fuck?
Were dismissed only because the police had lost the evidence.
He changed genders? He goes by Alexis and lives in California? Oh my God, you guys.
He certainly appears to be a person that preys on young girls and therefore is dangerous.
You lived part of the time in Atlanta. When he left here, he went to Atlanta, he said.
What the fuck, Cindy Lou? What does that mean? What?
He certainly appears to be a person that preys on young girls and
appears
and therefore is dangerous.
Oh my God, I am outraged that this guy got off the hook. What?
You lived part of the time in Atlanta. When he left here, he went to Atlanta, he said, to be with his father.
Wait, what? He left and went to go live in Atlanta? No. And now John lives in Utah and not Atlanta. What the fuck? Hold on.
He appears to be a person that preys on young girls and therefore is dangerous.
You lived part of the time in Atlanta. When he left here, he went to Atlanta, he said, to be with his father. Have you ever run into him?
No.
He left. Have you ever run into him in Atlanta? How do you just run into someone? And that's funny? What is going on, dude? Oh my God.
Part of the time in Atlanta. When he left here, he went to Atlanta, he said, to be with his father.
Who's his father? Who's Carr's father?
Have you ever run into him?
No.
Have you ever called him?
No.
Has he ever called you?
No.
Did you watch him on this show?
I did not.
What do you think of him?
Well, I think he's a pretty
He didn't watch him?
mixed up fellow.
Mixed up fellow?
And beyond that, I don't know him. He's a pretty sad fellow.
Did he say a lot of things?
A sad fellow. He just said that he read all the things he wrote about JonBenét. Remember, he said he read them academically. He read them academically, so it didn't bother him. But he's just a sad fellow? And he's not outraged? Oh my God, my head is going to explode. Did he work with Carr's dad somewhere? What the fuck, man?
And beyond that, I don't know him. He's a pretty sad fellow.
Did he say a lot of things about your house that were familiar to you?
No, not that I recall. I don't remember seeing anything about the house.
Is there a possibility, John, that he could have been there without having killed?
Well, that's what he said in his confession, that he was there. He never said he was the one that did it. He said he was there.
Oh, he said he was there. I thought he said he did it. I'll look and see, Rocky Mountain.
That's what he said in his confession, that he was there. He never said he was the one that did it. He said he was there.
Think he was obsessed with your daughter?
Clearly.
I think a lot of others were too.
Well, now that I know about the world more than I did 10 years ago, probably.
What do you make of the collective fascination with her?
Well, sadly, there's approximately 2,000 children murdered every year in this country. In fact, we have a
Wait.
horrible. Sadly, there's two
of our.
I did 10 years ago, probably.
What do you make of the collective fascination with her?
Well, sadly, there's two.
What do you think of our fascination with her? And listen what he says.
Approximately 2,000 children murdered every year in this country. In fact, we have a horrible record in that regard. And for some reason, JonBenét's name and case has stood out. I think, I don't know why. It's she was murdered on Christmas night. It's a night.
That has something to do with it.
For children, the day for children. It's supposed to be peace on earth that night, and this horrible crime happened. And of course, there were the videos that the pageant people released or sold that, of course, got out there and made good television. I don't know beyond that why, but I'm grateful that people care about my daughter. I'm grateful that the case hasn't been allowed to die and be shelved. So many of them have. And by keeping the profile high, hopefully we'll get some information one day that'll solve it.
Do you ever think about writing a book?
Well, we did 4, 5, 6 years ago.
Oh, I remember. So you and Patsy.
Yeah.
Dude, Larry King, you had him on about the book.
Patsy and I did. I thought about writing a book about all the things I've learned as a caregiver for a cancer patient.
Oh my God, no you did not. All the things you learned about being a caregiver is you're honest with the patient. You don't ignore the patient when they say, am I still getting treatment? You don't ignore them. He wants to write a book about it? Oh my God.
I thought about writing a book about all the things I've learned as a caregiver for a cancer patient. Where resources are, where do you go for this?
You learn a lot, huh?
I learned a ton of stuff. And I thought, man, and every year I learned something. Even up till the end, I was learning.
Oh my God, you saw her cry 2 times in 12 years about her cancer. What the
New places to go for information and resources. And I thought, I ought to just write all this down.
I'll talk to you a little about it. It's insidious, isn't it?
Oh, it's a horrible disease. Yeah, it's a terrible disease. Terrible disease to fight. Very painful to fight. The cure, the drugs are worse than the disease until the end.
You don't like the label child beauty queen?
Well, I don't, because JonBenét was so much more than that. That was just a small part of her life. She and Patsy enjoyed doing it together. Patsy crammed a lot.
Oh, here we go. It's the same script. She crammed a lot into a small part of time because she was just coming out of her cancer treatments.
That was just a small part of her life. She and Patsy enjoyed doing it together. Patsy crammed a lot into a short period of time because she wasn't sure how long she was going to live. And so, she and JonBenét went to New York. They went to Broadway plays and, things that she probably would have done when JonBenét was 16, but she did.
She knew she was sick. Yeah.
She knew she maybe didn't have a long time to live.
Did she handle the suspicion around you and her differently from you?
Oh, I would get angry. She didn't get angry. I never saw Patsy angry at anybody. She handled it very well.
Did she look at the tabloids?
Only by accident. She had to, going through the grocery store line, and she would always say something to the manager. She said, these are my children. Would you remove this from your shelves, please? And they would.
You got angrier.
I did. Just at the madness of what was going on.
Do you think you'll ever solve the crime?
I do. I don't know when. I don't know what will lead to that. Certainly, I think DNA will play a big part in it. They feel pretty strongly they have the killer's DNA now. And they have other samples to be tested, which they are going to test when DNA has advanced further in its capabilities.
Mind you, this is in 2006. This is fucking 20 years ago. We're still hearing the same song and fucking dance in 2026. 6 days ago. The same thing.
And, they feel pretty strongly they have the killer's DNA now. And they have other samples to be tested, which they are going to test when DNA has advanced further in its capabilities.
So you think it has to happen when they'll pick up someone, take their DNA, and
that'll probably be the way it's solved, yes.
Concerning the killer, let's say he's caught. You want him to be capitally punished? Are you a fan of capital punishment?
Well, there were times when death would have been a gift for me.
What? Wait, what?
Of capital punishment?
Well, there were times when death would have been a gift for me, when I was in so much pain and anger.
He asked about the death penalty for the killer. What the fuck?
Probably be the way it's solved, yes.
Concerning the killer,
Okay, so he's very clear concerning the killer.
Let's say he's caught. Do you want him to be capitally punished? Are you
Do you want him to be capitally punished? Do you want him to be put to death?
a fan of capital punishment?
Well, there were times when death would have been a gift for me, when I was in so much pain and anguish. I certainly, there was a time when I would have said, you leave me in a room for a half hour with this fellow and you won't need a trial.
What? What the hell? This doesn't make sense. Did he just catch himself? Uh-oh. Stick the tongue out.
Beyond that point, I think it depends on what is punishment for the individual.
Wait, what? He totally caught himself, dude. Oh my goodness.
Having to look at themselves in the mirror every day for the rest of their lives in a prison cell may be appropriate punishment.
Oh, no. I've never heard a father go directly to himself. Huh?
Fan of capital punishment?
Well,
Let's say he's caught. Do you want him to... concerning the killer. Let's say he's caught. Do you want him to be capitally punished? Are you a fan of capital punishment?
Well, there were times when death would have been a gift for me, when I was in so much pain and anguish. I certainly, there was a time when I would have said, you leave me in a room for a half hour with this fellow and you won't need a trial. Beyond that point, I think it depends on what is punishment for the individual. Having to look at themselves in the mirror every day for the rest of their lives in a prison cell may be appropriate punishment. The problem with the death penalty, from an academic point, is that we make mistakes.
You can't resolve it.
You can't fix it. You can't go back.
Oh boy. Oh boy. The problem academically with the death penalty. Who gives a fuck about academics? This man, this creature, tortured and abused and murdered your daughter. And we're worried about being fair? First he went to himself, which is absolutely bizarre, but...
A prison cell may be appropriate punishment. The problem with the death penalty...
See, I don't really go on the behavior panel because they take one video, they take clips, and that's it. Like, I think you got to watch more to do that.
From an academic point, is that we make mistakes.
You can't resolve.
From an academic point.
The death penalty, from an academic point, is that we make mistakes.
Well, the guy that killed your daughter didn't make a mistake when he tried to kill her, did he?
You can't resolve it.
You can't fix it. You can't go back.
You can't go back. Why are you smiling? So off-putting.
And so if I look at it from an academic perspective, I have
an academic perspective? Is that how you separate? Is that your compartmentalization? And then meanwhile, it's scrolling across the bottom that Monica Lewinsky graduated from college.
You can't fix it. You can't go back. And so if I look at it from an academic perspective, I have a problem with it for that reason. And we've made mistakes in the past.
We'll be right back with John Ramsey. We'll be including your phone calls. Don't go away.
For the Sunburst pageant in Atlanta, for the Sunburst pageant in Atlanta,
Oh, this one was in Atlanta. I thought all of them were in Boulder. Huh. Did John Mark Carr's dad go to the ones in Atlanta?
She wore this one for the Sunburst pageant in Atlanta.
For the Sunburst pageant in Atlanta. Look at those trophies. Oh, it was just a little part of her life. Just a little tiny. Look at the size of those fucking trophies. They're taller than her. It was just a little part of their life. Wasn't that big of a deal. Patsy didn't really care that much. She tried to pack everything in a day.
For the Sunburst pageant in Atlanta, on cloud 9 watching her because she was just so full of spunk and energy, and it made me proud. And
does she look full of spunk and energy? She doesn't look full of spunk and energy to me. Oh my God. Wexford Carr. He worked for DuPont. Oh my God. They ran in the same fucking circles, huh? Well, he said, if the guy is caught, how do you feel about capital punishment? Oh, man. Wexford Carr. Hold on. The father and half-brother of John Mark Carr visited him in the first time in 5 years. And they are set to give Good Morning America an exclusive interview. Wexford and Nate Carr, the father and half-brother of John Carr, saw him for the first time in 5 years during a visit at the Boulder County Jail in Colorado. The day after prosecutors announced they were not going to charge the 41-year-old former school teacher in connection with JonBenét Ramsey's slaying. Though John Carr had confessed before TV cameras and authorities, DNA tests failed to link him to the crime. Wexford and Nate Carr had always insisted their loved one was innocent and said he was not in Boulder at the time of the slaying. Well, I can say without question from the time that John had children, he has never missed a Christmas with his family, and that's any Christmas. Nate Carr told Good Morning America. So whether it be in Atlanta with us or with Laura in Alabama, we are positive that from the time period that he had children, he's never missed a Christmas with his children. This guy has kids. Nate Carr, his half-brother, reported obsession with the JonBenét Ramsey case after an innocent project that grew out of a college assignment. He had expressed interest in writing a book to my father, Nate Carr said. And I believe my father said, John, whatever grips the American public, what will sell books? What's on the headlines? And of course, that year, the number one headline was the tragedy that happened to the Ramsey family. So at that point, my brother decided that it would be something people would want to read about. So from that point, it's my understanding, John actively pursued information not only about the Ramsey case and the Polly Klaas case, but maybe others as well. My God.
people try to make it seem ugly and something that it wasn't. And I just know how much fun it was.
A very supplement insurance card too.
Okay, we're back.
We're back with John Ramsey. We'll be including phone calls and some emails as well. You have had terrible tragedy. You lose a wife, you lose a young daughter. You also lost a 22-year-old daughter, right?
I did, yes, Beth.
Is that before you married Patsy?
No, it was after we were married. And
so that's from your first marriage?
First
right?
marriage. Patsy and I had been married about 12 years when we lost Beth.
She died in a...
Just a freak accident. She was in Chicago to meet her boyfriend's parents for the first time. They were there for the weekend. They were on their way to the museum at noon and got hit by a truck, and they were both killed. And
how?
They didn't get hit by a truck. Her boyfriend literally like hydroplaned into the oncoming lane.
How are you here? I'm not kidding, because the loss of a child is against all nature.
Well, it is. You don't recover back to the same when you lose a child. But I still have 3 wonderful children that I love dearly, and I have 3 wonderful grandchildren, and so you keep going because of that. I still have a lot of blessings.
Was Patsy very strong for you when your first daughter died?
Yeah, amazing.
I still can't get past the fact that John Mark Carr's dad is out of Atlanta, and is a corporate guy, corporate businessman out of Atlanta. And so is John. John grew up there, dude. That was his home.
I mean, she loved my children as much as she loved our children. Treated them no differently.
Vancouver, British Columbia for John Ramsey. Hello.
Hello, Mr. Ramsey.
Hi.
Hi, I'd like to express
Miss these talk shows with the call-ins. Love it.
my condolences for your losses.
Thank you.
And to let you know I admire you and I admired your wife very much.
Well, thank you very much.
You're welcome. And my question has to do with grief. I know you've lost both female children, both suddenly, and I would like to know how the grief differs, if at all, when one is unresolved and one is yet. They're still your children, and there's sudden deaths without any rational explanation.
Yeah. They are different in that, Beth, my oldest daughter Beth, was killed in a traffic accident. It was an accident, and accidents happen, and we moved on. And JonBenét's life was taken by the willful act of another human being, and that was much more difficult for me to deal with. And still is, because you think, how could someone harm such a beautiful, precious child? And so it's a much deeper shock, I think, to me, even though I love them both dearly. Beth's was an accident, and there
are lots of accidents.
Sadly, the world can be a tough place to live in. And
kind of like how JonBenet had to learn you don't always win in life.
And risky.
But murder.
Risky. She was going to a museum, dude. What do you mean?
The world can be a tough place to live in, and risky.
Risky.
But murder,
it's beyond my comprehension.
Spokane, Washington, hello.
Hi. This is kind of a petty question, but it bothers me nothing less. Why is it that on the gravestone for JonBenet it lists 12/25, Christmas Day, when, according to the accounts that I've read, it was the early morning hours of the 26th when she actually passed away?
Ooh. Good question, caller. Spokane, Washington.
Well, that's a good question. We don't know exactly when she passed away. I made that decision because the ransom note said, "I will contact you tomorrow."
Oh, my God. You made the decision on when your daughter actually died based on the ransom note? The fuck? Because I didn't know. Huh?
Made that decision because the ransom note said, "I will contact you tomorrow." And so my presumption was that ransom note and her death occurred the night before. It was just there's been no...
God, what the heck? Oh, tongue-tied.
The night before. It was just there's been no clear definition of exactly what hour she died.
Oh, my goodness.
She and Patsy are buried together?
They are. They're buried next to each other.
We have an email question from Ann in Carmel Valley, California. It says, John seems a very thoughtful, articulate speaker. Would he consider becoming a John Walsh-type TV personality?
Oh, that is laughable. That is laughable. He's no John Walsh. I respect John Walsh. I know a lot of people don't like him, but I respect John Walsh tremendously. Hey, Potato. Good to see you.
Well, I haven't considered it, no, I guess.
Would you?
I don't know, Larry.
No, he decided to run for office in Michigan. But he wouldn't consider helping other families, even though there's 200,000 unsolved children murders in this country, and we need to do better, but he can't do it?
I haven't considered it, no, I guess.
Would you?
I don't know, Larry.
He is tyrannical. I mean,
he's done some great things, yeah. And that's one thing I really have thought a lot about is how do we make something good come out of this? There's been a lot of things that I've thought about and looked at. The one thing I would like to see come out of it, somehow I'd like to advocate, is we need a federal law, I believe, in this country that requires anyone arrested for a felony to be DNA printed, and that DNA print entered in our database.
What? Wait a minute. Wasn't this already happening in 2006? What?
Arrested for a felony to be DNA printed, and that DNA print
entered in our database.
Whose database? Yours, or it's already done? What are you talking about? That's what CODIS is. What is he talking about?
Arrested for a felony to be DNA printed, and that DNA print entered in our database.
That's not a law?
It's not a law. It's
You have to be convicted, or is it?
Well, there's no.
Not even convicted?
Not even convicted.
What?
There's different statutes in different states. In Texas, for example, if you are convicted of a sex crime, your DNA goes in the database. If you commit murder, it doesn't.
Oh my goodness gracious. Is he really serious right now?
If you are convicted of a sex crime, your DNA goes in the database. If you commit murder, it doesn't. It's madness.
Why would anyone object to just having their DNA taken?
They wouldn't. And I don't think anyone would object to that law, and we need to do it. I'm told by professional law enforcement people that if we had such a law in place, we would solve 1,000 murders overnight.
What's the argument against it?
I think the only possible argument is that it's perhaps an invasion of your privacy, but I'm also told that the amount of DNA information that goes in that database is far less than a complete DNA profile.
Have you proposed it to anyone?
I've been kind of working behind the scenes.
Wait, what? Okay, what do I need to find out here? Because this doesn't sound true. Okay, what does CODIS collect DNA for? Let's see. It's not just sex crimes. It's not just sex crimes. It's all violent crimes. CODIS is used to help solve violent crimes, identify suspects, and locate missing persons. Okay, hold on. In Texas, do you have to give your DNA to CODIS? Let's see. In Texas, you generally only give your DNA if you're arrested for a qualifying felony or convicted of a qualifying crime. If you are arrested in Texas for any felony offense, law enforcement is required to collect your DNA immediately following fingerprinting. But when did that start? So if you eventually are not convicted, you can try to get it expunged. Kathy C says 03. 03.
A bit, and I'm anxious to advocate it. I'd love to
Federal
get
law.
you talking about it and other.
We ought to do shows on.
Yeah, but we just heard him 4 years ago talking about it needing to be a federal law if you murder someone. It's like, what?
I'd love to, because I think we need to do it as a country.
You ran for the House of Representatives in Michigan and lost. Would you run again?
No, I don't think so. It was a great experience. Totally enjoyed the people aspect of it, which I wasn't sure how that would go. But learned a lot, but I don't think I would do that again.
Enough is enough.
Enough's enough.
We'll be back with more of John Ramsey. Don't go away.
Okay, that's what I thought. Thanks, Kathy C. She said CODIS started in 1996.
I learned when I was having my chemotherapy, I think, I really cherished the time with my children. I remember I used to tell my friends to smell their children's hair, because you just, when you're looking at a life-threatening illness and thinking that you may not be there to see them grow up, you want to appreciate every single moment that you have with them.
Sorry, hold on. Let me fast forward. VermontTeddyBear.com. Okay, here we go.
Your emergency? We need an ambulance. Oh my God. My boyfriend is going to die. Okay, ma'am. Are you? I think, but it's fit. Did he take? I'm not sure.
That someone sent me. And I can't remember all of it, but it says, "Do not stand at my grave and weep. I am not here. I do not sleep." Please don't stand at my grave and cry. I'm not here. I did not die.
How do you handle that? We're sorry.
Yeah, I have a lump in my throat, but I know what Patsy says is true.
Another email from Renee in Bradenton, Florida. Can Mr. Ramsey offer any counsel to other parents who've experienced the death of a child?
Well,
and yes, all states are required to participate and do participate in CODIS, and for qualifying felonies, they are put in the database.
We've tried to reach out to people that we can that have lost a child because we just know how painful it is, and I think the most important thing is if you're blessed with other children, remember that they need you now more than anything than they ever have. And so you need to be a strong parent for those other children who you're the most important person in their life. And they've lost a sibling. And that's a horrible thing for a young child to experience.
You know, it's very common, John, when a child dies for the marriage to break up.
80% of the time it does, statistically.
Guilt.
I don't know exactly why. I think the only logical thing I can conclude is that, you know, when you're so devastated by the loss of a child, you need your spouse to pick you up and to carry you, and they can't because they're devastated too.
El Paso, Texas. Hello.
Yes, Mr. Ramsey. I just wanted to ask you if your faith has played a role in your healing, and if you rely more on divine justice rather than earthly justice.
My faith really has played a huge role in healing, and I don't know how people deal with the loss of a loved one or a child without faith. It hasn't been easy. You always ask the question, why? Why did this happen? Why did a loving God let this happen?
You angry at God?
I have, yes, and I think that's normal. But Job asked that question, and he didn't get an answer.
No.
But it played a huge role, and the second part of the question was
what about a heavenly
justice? Yeah,
justice.
that's a very good. And I thought about that, and have really concluded that that's really what the Bible tells us, that, you know, justice is...
Okay, so CODIS is required in all 50 states, FYI, for murder and sex crimes. I've put it in the thing, but Quinn, it seems like you want to argue with me, and I don't know why, but for all 50 states, DNA is collected from murderers and sex crimes.
It's mine, and I'll take care of it. And so I'm confident of that, and I would like to see justice in this world, but if it's not to happen, then I'm okay with that.
Port Richey, Florida. Hello.
Yeah, hi, good evening, Larry.
Hi.
I'm sorry, Mr. Ramsey. The question I'd like to ask about Burke, being that he's a young man now in college, how is this anniversary and every day, you know, how is he do from day to day?
He looks great. He's here. He's at Purdue.
Yeah, well, Burke came with me tonight. We've been kind of, I told him when we lost his mom and Patsy that we would kind of have to look out for each other, and he's done a very good job of that. He looks after me and very considerate and is doing really well, so I'm very proud of him.
He's well within himself, isn't he? Mm-hmm. He carries himself very well.
Yes, he does. Yeah.
This must have been traumatic for him, though.
Well, it has to be, yeah. I mean, I remember when my mom died, I was 35, and it was very hard. And, you know, so that was, in fact, that was, for me, the worst part of realizing that Patsy was not going to make it. I didn't want Burke to lose his mother at his age.
Yeah, I was 43. We'll be right back with John Ramsey. Don't go away.
Fire burning half her body. Her ex-boyfriend charged.
Nancy Grace, back in the day.
Reflecting upon relationships that were dear to Patsy, we give thanks this day and celebrate the 25 years that she and John shared together in marriage. A caring and giving wife, John says without hesitation that she could have easily managed every aspect of their household and family life. But instead, she valued their relationship as a partnership, one with the other, working together.
We're back with John Ramsey. Hamilton.
Oh, Cotton Star, what's up, dude? We met at CrimeCon. I'm not sure if you remember. Hello. Nice to see you. We played one of your videos earlier where you talked to Mr. Ramsey in Denver. Very interesting conversation. And you're right. What he said publicly is different than what he said officially. Thank you for being here, Cotton Star.
Hamilton, Ontario. Hello.
Hello, Mr. King. Thank you for taking my call.
Sure.
Mr. Ramsey, I'm extremely sorry for everything you've gone through.
Thank you.
I don't know how you get through it, and I guess my question is, how do you put up with people like a Geraldo Rivera when they do things like that sickening court display that he had, etc.?
So he's talking about Geraldo Rivera having the mock trial.
Yeah, that was probably the one thing that really angered Patsy on it. I never saw Patsy get angry or mad, but that...
What was done after that?
Well, Geraldo Rivera had a mock trial of
Were you
Patsy.
the defendant? Or?
Oh, yeah. Well, I was, Patsy was, and I think Burke was, too.
Oh, yeah.
That made her mad, and I think that's the only media person I ever saw her get mad at. And it was just disgraceful. It's absolutely disgraceful.
Did you ever talk to him about it?
No.
The concept that you said of
Did he sue
working
him?
with people who was victims of cancer.
Mm-hmm.
Oh God! Now we're back to him writing a caregiver book. Did he ever
Concept that you said of working with people who work
and it was just disgraceful. It's absolutely.
Did he ever sue Geraldo Rivera?
Absolutely disgraceful.
Did you ever talk to him about it?
No.
The concept that you said of working with people who was victims of cancer.
Mm-hmm.
Any secrets? What did you learn?
Well,
what'd you learn?
I learned a lot, just a lot of little things, and I want to write them down before I forget. But it's kind of a common thing when someone's diagnosed with cancer. Is what do I do? There's no one right answer, and so you have to become your own advocate, your own detective. Which treatment should I try?
I see the ads for cancer centers and numbers.
Where do I go? Do I go to my local doctor? Do I fly to New York? Do I go to MD Anderson? Do I go to China?
China? I guess that's what rich folk think, right? If I was diagnosed with cancer, knock on wood, I wouldn't have the choice of all these choices. Damn.
What do I do? Because there's no right answer. The best chemotherapy drug on the market today has about a 20 to 25% success rate across a broad population. So if you pick one of them, statistically, you've got a 25% chance of that drug working for you.
Did you stay with the same doctors through?
Patsy was treated initially at the National Institute of Health, which is a
Bethesda.
phenomenal place. And so she was treated there for a long time.
Where's the National Institute of Health? I'm still going, Frank. I'm still going.
Towards the end, she didn't qualify for the trials because that's all clinical trial work.
I know.
And so she couldn't be treated there anymore. So then we went to a doctor in Atlanta that took very good care of her.
You think about like Sloan Kettering, some of them,
Well,
Anderson.
so many choices, and do you do a clinical trial because that's experimental? We get it theoretically. They're experimenting with what might be the next best, the next greatest treatment, and there's no one right answer.
Are the doctors, when a case like this, upbeat?
They're very genuine, very delicate. I don't know how they do it. Oncologists, it's a tough business for them, tough emotionally. I know when the doctor told us really about 8 months before Patsy died that perhaps it's time to, he didn't use the words give up, but that's what he was saying. It was said in such a way that it wasn't a shock. We knew what he was saying.
Who's we? You and your girlfriend or what? Because Patsy didn't know. You already told us that Patsy didn't know. Who's we?
It was said in such a way that it wasn't a shock. We knew what he was saying.
Don't you think oncology is the toughest specialty?
I would think so. It's got wonderfully rewarding when you're successful.
And you lose a lot of patients.
But it's got to be tough.
Valdosta, Georgia. Hello.
That's where it is. Maryland. Thank you, guys. Wow.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, Mr. Ramsey. I read your book, The Death of Innocence, a couple of years ago. It was just so compelling. I wanted to ask if you believe your book changed the public's perception of you and Mrs. Ramsey?
Well, I don't know. We wrote that book to do two things. One, to kind of address all the myths and the mistruths that were out there, put them all in one place so that it was unedited, unsoundbited. And we also wanted to be a testament to our faith and how that played a role in our ordeal. And that was really those are the two primary reasons we wrote the book. And of course, it did reasonably well for a while. But I don't know. I
you only hope that it
would hope that it set the record straight, which is what we really were trying to do.
We'll be back with our remaining moments with John Ramsey right after.
No, I think he was dating Beth Holloway at this time, to be honest with you. He dated her in 2006 and 2007.
After this.
Sorry. Viagra commercial. Oh my God. All right, here they are at JonBenét's grave in Atlanta. And by the way, I read also, or no, he says in one of his interviews that they had hidden cameras. I don't know if he means the feds had hidden cameras at her gravesite. And that's what he said. He dated Beth Holloway, yes, in 2006 and 2007.
I just think about I wish JonBenét were here and we were playing. And this shouldn't have been this way. She should have enjoyed a lot of wonderful years on this earth. But now she's in heaven. I know I'll be there one day and see her again.
JonBenét would have been 16. Mm-hmm. You ever think about what she would have been like?
Oh, she'd have been a handful. I have no doubt of that. She was
broken some hearts, too.
Well, probably.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's a little uncomfortable. Cindy Lou, thank you for your super chat. Jay, sorry about the perv joke about him living next to you. I feel bad. Don't feel bad. I was just like, what? It's okay, honey. You didn't have to super chat. I'm not upset. But thank you very much. I appreciate your support. And just as a reminder, if you haven't hit the thumbs up, now is a good time to do so. And also, Cooter chats are pinned. And those are in lieu of super chats. So thank you very much for your support today.
But yeah, she had a ton of energy. So
you visit her grave on Christmas Day?
Well, I haven't in the past.
No?
For several years, it was a tough place to go to because there were people there with cameras and the media would stay.
Oh, see, here he goes.
Take it out, and so you just didn't go. You'd go on Tuesdays.
He said in another interview that there were hidden cameras.
People there with cameras and the media would stake it out, and so you just didn't go. You'd go on a Tuesday instead of when they expected you to be there, because that's a very private thing. And so we would avoid the days that were not private.
What's life like now? What are you doing?
Well, I've been involved with a lot of different things. Some constructive, some not terribly constructive. I've been involved with a couple of small business startups, which is fun for me. I like to do that kind of stuff. One in Michigan that I've been.
You live in two places?
Well, we live in.
He's got some business venture in Michigan.
We lived in Charlevoix, Michigan, which is where home was, and then my daughter and my brother and family are in Atlanta. So I've spent a fair amount of time in Atlanta the last 6 months.
But your businesses are away from Atlanta?
The business I'm involved with is in Michigan, yeah.
Do you celebrate Christmas in Atlanta?
Okay, they met in December. This is the year and month that they met at a Speakers Bureau conference. This was 6 months after Patsy died. He went to a Speakers Bureau in December and met Beth Holloway, and they began dating.
We will.
That's where you're heading?
Yep, and we'll head back there.
Now, that must be a mixed holiday for you. It's the day your daughter died.
It was, the first 5 years, it was horrible, very difficult. We just wanted to get through it. And it's gotten a lot easier now, particularly with grandkids. You know, you can see the joy of Christmas in their faces. And
are they Santa believers? Are they?
Oh yeah, as my older kids said, why not believe in Santa? You know, it's a good deal. So yeah, but they do.
Guess what? I think, in my opinion, and this is just me, that I wouldn't want my grandkids to know, to think Santa's real. If my daughter was murdered in this way on Christmas, I think I'd want my grandchildren to be aware. I mean, I guess that would be a tough call. Maybe if your kids are like, no, we want to do the Santa thing. But, I mean, it's just kind of weird. Like, they're going to grow up and know Santa's not real one day. And they're also going to grow up and find out what happened to JonBenét. I mean, it's just kind of weird.
I know this had to be difficult. I really appreciate your coming. We go back a long way, and I try to always be there for you.
Thank you, Larry.
And still got the hope that we're going to catch this person.
Well, I do. When the Boulder investigators, the DA's office, tell me they give up, I give up. But They still are.
And do you have your own investigation?
Wait, what?
The office tell me they give up. When the Boulder investigators, the DA's office tell me they give up, then I give up. But they still are.
And do you have your own investigators?
No.
You did for a while, right?
We did for a good while because we knew the police were not doing anything
Thank you, Cotton Star. Thanks for popping in.
constructive.
If there's anything that, anybody wants me to see or thinks that I've missed, I just drop my email. If there's anything that you'd like me to go over, Cotton Star, I would love if you sent me any of your links.
And a couple of those fellows still work on it from time to time on their own and help. So they've been
How's
great.
it listed in the If I called the Boulder Police Department and asked JonBenét Ramsey, they would say, what, unsolved murder?
Probably. Don't know.
Thanks, John.
Thank you, Larry. Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
He doesn't know. He doesn't even know the status.
So they've been
How's
great.
it listed in the If I called the Boulder Police Department and asked JonBenét Ramsey, they would say, what, unsolved murder?
Probably. Don't know.
Thanks, John.
Thank you.
Don't know. And notice in 06, no longer paying private investigators. That was a thing of the past. He just said no. Your sons were angry at you for lying about Santa. It's a touchy thing for me. It's a touching thing for me. Since Cotton Star's here, I have one more video. Then I'm going to wrap this up because it's almost 6 o'clock in the evening. But I saved this from CrimeCon in Boulder. This is a 1.5-minute clip from Cotton Star. Cotton Star has a lot of content.
Still today, they won't turn over the DNA for genealogy testing. All of these crime scene evidence items that have not been tested for DNA, they evidently have not turned over yet. Why? And one of the things that I heard that was shocking for me and heartbreaking for me, and I think it was for John too, was I heard that they were waiting for him to die.
Boom. Bing bong. This, I am so glad you got recorded. My God.
Bing bong.
She just said that in front of the CrimeCon audience that they're waiting for him to die. She said she heard that. That the Boulder PD is waiting for him to die.
Tested for DNA, they evidently have not turned over yet. Why? And one of the things that I heard that was shocking for me and heartbreaking for me, and I think it was for John too, was I heard that they were waiting for him to die.
Did you hear the audience? They're like, oh, what?
Was I heard that they were waiting for him to die. And I told you that, and what did you think?
Well, it was kind of a sickening reality, potentially, that it's consistent with their actions so far, and that they don't seem to be interested in really doing what's necessary to solve the case, or try to solve the case. But to wait for me to die was really sobering. However, I've got bad news for them. My two grandmothers lived to be 100.
Oh, my God. Whoa, she's a reporter. She reported on this from the beginning in Denver. Whoa, listen again.
What the heck is it that still today they won't turn over the DNA for genealogy testing? All of these crime scene evidence items that have not been tested for DNA, they evidently have not turned over yet. Why? And one of the things that I heard that was shocking for me and heartbreaking for me, and I think it was for John too, was I heard that they were waiting for him to die. And I told you that, and what did you think?
Well, it was kind of a sickening reality, potentially, that it's consistent with their actions so far, and that they don't seem to be interested in really doing what's necessary to solve the case, or try to solve the case. But to wait for me to die was really sobering. However, I've got bad.
Like they're going to pin it on him when he's dead, is what he's saying, I think.
My two grandmothers lived to be 100.
Yikes. Oh my God, Chloe. It's been a long day, you guys. Thanks for sticking around, man. we've got more to go through. I mean, this is kind of the tip of the iceberg, but I hope that if you're replaying that you'll leave your thoughts in the comment section. Let us know where you stand. I am mind blown by some of the things we're hearing, and I look forward to the interview rooms next segment, because they promised us that there would be no issues in the next segment. So let's close out our poll. I can't even talk. Potato, you got to replay. Someone who knows the family, 45%. Family, 45%. Stranger, 10. I should have put someone who knows the family and family together. But thank you so much, you guys. Frank, thank you for being here. Cotton Star, thank you for being here. It definitely takes a village to get through all this stuff, and I really appreciate all of the content. Definitely check out the Zell Brothers interview that we did a couple years ago now. I will put it in the chat right now. You guys can save it to your watch later or whatnot. It's a long one, but it is chaptered, so you can kind of remember where you left off. And thank you, Ark, for gifting a truthership. We've got Sailor. Welcome, Sailor. Thank you so much. Ooh, it's been a long one. All right, thanks, guys. I will see you guys tomorrow. I've got a live to go over with you guys tomorrow regarding being banned in Florida. Banned in the USA. They're trying to ban Kanye West in Florida. So we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about how Two Live Crew was banned in Florida back in the late 80s. So join me tomorrow. I'll see you guys around high noon Eastern time. Have a great rest of your Monday, and I'll see you guys on Tuesday. Bye, everybody.